All right, as we wrap the show up, we'll double back some of this NFL news. The end of the show here presented by our friends at Mortgage Rate.
Hey, if renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe. It is time to buy a new home, and who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Rate. All you got to do, visit mortgagerite.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
As Adam Schefter points out, now for Atlanta, you have a hole at offensive line, a hole at wide receiver, and, of course, a hole at running back. Or quarterback, excuse me. I mean, that is true, right? Not great at offensive line. They're down their best receiver, who's got a 1-year suspension, if he was coming back at all, because of gambling, and you've lost your quarterback.
Now, here's the only silver lining for the Atlanta Falcons.
All right.
Outside of Tampa, and Tampa's still got a lot of free agents they need to re-sign. You don't really have anybody difficult, at least right now. New Orleans, but it seems like they're going in the wrong direction.
And they're changing coaches over to Dennis Allen. I don't think anybody thinks they're going to be under Dennis Allen what they were under Sean Payton.
Yeah, Carolina's still rebuilding under Matt Ryan.
They don't have a quarterback.
You know, and Atlanta, to me, was a little surprising at 7-10. They weren't terrible last year.
They weren't.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that division is obviously Tampa's division.
It is. I mean, you wanted Tom Brady to stay retired.
Yeah. So that is obviously Tampa's division. You know what is weird, as our friend Barrett Salee, CBS Sports, points out, I don't think these two players are viewed the same way, but in a week's time, Atlanta has now lost Freddie Freeman and Matt Ryan. Those guys have been in the Atlanta market for a really long time.
Is Trae Young next? I guess he's too young.
He's too young.
Got to wait a couple years.
This would be Dominique level, right? I mean, Matt Ryan did at least lead them to a Super Bowl, even though they collapsed.
I mean,
Freddie Freeman won a world championship.
Make the argument. I'm trying to think here on the fly. Is Matt Ryan the greatest Falcon in Falcon history?
Forrester's thinking it through. I mean, you can make the argument.
I think you can make the argument.
He's a quarterback that took you to the Super Bowl.
I mean, Deion Sanders wasn't there long enough.
No.
I'm trying to think of somebody else. William Andrews?
He's saying Julio. I'm thinking
Julio?
Yeah, I'm
thinking, you can make an argument for Julio, no doubt.
I was big Jeff George.
But I'm just saying you can at least make the argument.
I mean, Tommy says Deion. Deion is probably, all right, let me put it this way. Deion is the best football player to ever play for the Falcons.
But he
didn't
play
play
for the 49ers and the Cowboys.
Yeah, so he didn't play for them long enough.
And the Ravens.
Don't forget to come back with the Ravens. I mean, Michael Vick might have been, but again, his career was cut so short.
Yep.
You got Jesse Tuggle. You got Jeff Van Note. You have Billy White Shoes Johnson. I think Roddy White may still be their leading receiver of all time unless Julio eventually passed him. I'm not sure if Julio ever passed him.
I don't know if he did.
I think Roddy White might still be the leading receiver.
Andre Rison.
Yeah, Bad Moon. Oh, those are great teams.
Jamal Anderson.
The Dirty Bird. Who was the quarterback? Chris Chandler? That was the quarterback that took him to the Super Bowl.
He was really good. Barkowski was really good quarterback.
Steve Barkowski. But no, you can make an argument for Matt Ryan. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
And we've talked about this. You can make the argument for Freddie Freeman. I think Chipper Jones is that guy.
Oh, for the Braves? Yeah. Well, not all time. I mean, you go Henry Aaron all the time.
Oh, but I'm talking about the crossover. I'm talking about just in Atlanta.
Oh, gotcha. I got you what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah. And again, we got great pitchers there. You got Glavine and Maddox.
Yeah, it's easier.
Those guys pitched other places, though, in Smoltz.
Yeah. I don't... I would. You can make an argument for Matt Ryan. Again, we talked about this is a number that should be retired. We were surprised. Who was it? We were surprised. Jesse Tuggle didn't have his number retired for the Falcons.
Yeah, the hammer.
Yeah, Matt Ryan is an automatic number retirement for Atlanta Falcons.
He is. Yep, Ring of Honor, automatic retirement. And boy, Falcon fans have got to be so disappointed because it's really a sad day. I remember his first NFL toss ever against your Detroit Lions was a touchdown. And then takes them to the Super Bowl, wins an MVP, has that big second half lead, and they can't finish the deal.
Yeah. I mean, Matt Ryan out of Boston College, man, he's milked everything out of his career. Now he's going to go try to do it in Indianapolis.
And think about how good BC was. He had him up to number 2.
Yeah. No. Matt Ryan's been a terrific quarterback. I don't think there's any doubt. He's not a Hall of Famer, but he's been a really good quarterback, and the Falcons should retire his number. All right, that is going to do it for today's Next Round. If you haven't already, go subscribe everywhere. Get our app, subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on Twitter at Next Round Live. Do all of that for us. We greatly, greatly appreciate it. Dunaway will be back tomorrow. We'll talk to you then, 9 o'clock on Tuesday on the Next Round.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Can't wait to get updated on what happened when I was gone. I wanted the unveiling, Rockstar, for these eyes to happen live on the air. Ready?
Oh, God. Yeah, I'm ready.
Jimmy Hard Charger. They're not bloodshot as I would have thought.
They're not? They feel like they are. They feel like they're marbles about to come out of the eye socket. 5 nights in Vegas, sort of almost 6 days in Vegas, and back today live. And I'm a lot lighter, not weight-wise. I lost a lot of money in Las Vegas. Glad to be back, though. Welcome into the next round. We're live today. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar Forrester, and Lunsford all here today. LT, I've had some losing streaks before. But when your friend group starts calling you, waking you up in the morning, saying, "Hey, I'm down here in the sports book. Who do you like today?
We need you.
Who do you like today?" And they were playing opposites from about mid-Friday all through, and they all left sitting on a stack of cash.
Well, I would ask you this, though. Were the sports books, was it an excitable atmosphere where people were cheering and it seemed like people were winning money?
Oh, yeah. There were a lot of people winning money.
I had a bad weekend. But not nearly as bad as you.
No.
It's kind of hard to be that bad.
So did your guys? I mean, what they should have done is comped you.
They're being serious about this. Next year, if I do not change my formula, because I have a formula that I went out there with, and
Whoa, those bets were on a formula?
Yes, and I stuck to it, and
Trust the science, Jimmy. Trust the science.
I cashed 2 tickets on Thursday. One early, one late. One early Friday. Winless, first window Friday. 3 windows of games. The rest of the day, Friday, nothing. Winless on Saturday. And other than the over Duke game and under Auburn game, didn't cash a winning ticket on Sunday either.
Oh, wow.
So I was like 4-21, something like that.
Yeah, that's bad, Dunaway. I mean, that's good for your buddies, though, because they flipped the side, so their trips were paid for, basically.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I think
they
should have all tipped you.
Yeah. Well, I did put out a tip jar. I did drink free most of the weekend, thanks to them.
I mean, really, how many buddies did you have?
It was only 3 other guys with me, so only 4 of us this trip. There's times it's 9 or 10 people.
Yeah, but I think at that point, all your dinners are paid for, all your drinks are paid for.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, they could have made it up to you to get you at least back square.
Next year, they're talking about, if I don't change my formula, putting me up in even a better hotel than we stay at.
Make sure you're well rested. We want you thinking clearly.
And simply, I mean, they promised me Katy Perry tickets if she's still in residency, paying for my flight and everything out there, and alcohol.
Yeah. Are you willing to unveil your system here on the air?
Oh, no.
It's proprietary?
Yes.
How did you develop said system?
Because there is a chance. If you go listen to our EA Sports, not EA Sports, EAW. It'll take me a couple of weeks to get back in the same.
Exclusive auto.
It's in the car.
Yeah. EAW.
Your drive-in.
If you go listen to my drive-in this morning, there's a business opportunity into the future that we're thinking about.
Well, I just and I don't.
Lance can hire me at lanceslock.com.
Yeah, I thought about that. The problem I get. If you just go back to you see, the formula scares me. Just the original Dunaway.
I don't know. That formula seems pretty bad right now.
The Dunaway curse, just coming out of the mud puddle, just going with what's gotten you here? I mean, from your Montevallo days to losing the Corolla to starting out to where, one of our first stake bets ever, you had your own, you bet against your Tampa Bay Bucks. You had the New Orleans Saints. Not only did the Saints lose, Sean Payton got run over and blew his ACL.
He was on crutches the rest of the year.
I don't know why.
Formula scare me.
I don't know why I have to defend this every time.
Yeah.
Like it's manlier to lose a Tercel instead of a Corolla, but
you do it every time.
I always have to defend that it was a Tercel.
Tercel. What was the difference? The Tercel was a lower step down, right?
I don't know, but I always feel like I have to defend that it was a Tercel.
I mean, was it brown? Was it that old brown color?
It was It was that light. I would call it vanilla, but yes, it was.
My
sort of a brown.
dad,
It's weird. Like in the 70s and 80s, they made some bad colored
they did.
cars.
My dad had a Datsun. Do they still have Datsuns?
No,
Not the
I don't
dog,
think
the
so.
car.
They still make Datsuns anymore.
Datsun became a Nissan.
My dad had a Datsun hatchback. You remember the hatchback? And it was brown with like an orange and white racing stripe. 5-speed.
You know, I had my Tercel had a hatchback.
Yeah. I guess the hatchback was a thing back in the day. It's not anymore.
That's where you loaded up all your stereo equipment.
But you know,
to go in it,
you
to
did.
go
And my
and
golf
your
clubs.
sax.
Yeah. I used to, but as a kid, I used to like to lay back in the hatchback part, and you had like it was like a window to the world.
Yeah, the moonroof.
The moonroof. Yeah, I'd lay back there while they were driving, and I could see everything we'd just passed. I was looking backwards.
Yeah, we learned that wasn't safe.
Oh, it's
later
not safe. Well,
on.
I lived. I'm 46, almost 45, almost to be 46. But I liked Jimmy Gut reaction.
I do too.
But you've obviously developed a system that doesn't work very well. I'm just curious how long you've been playing this system.
I started.
And what went into it?
Started a couple years ago.
Because normally a system
I
like
discovered covers.com.
when we were okay, but
Big
see,
shout out.
normally a system though, like when we were trying to get to the moon, for instance, you know, we had one blow up on the launch pad in testing, and they're like, well, obviously we're doing this wrong. And then, you know, they would launch a rocket and it'd fall back down. And, well, we're doing this wrong. That's a system. Like you fell and you change, you fell and you change. That's how you get Apollo 11 on the moon.
Right.
You fell and you change. It doesn't seem as though your system is changing. It seems like you keep flying the rocket into the
No, he
ground.
just had a bad weekend based on some of his stuff. I can tell, though, he's about 80% when he goes gut, because I'm a contrarian, too.
80% loser?
Yeah, 80% loser. Okay. When public likes a side and it looks so difficult for you to play that you've even got to agree with the public. I've got another friend like that. He's not as bad as you, but let's say this weekend, let's say Houston, Arizona, and the public's all over Arizona, but you look at that game and you're like, I got to agree, man, Arizona's just too good. Like, I think my gut says...
So it's like everything tells you don't go this way, but you say, I still need to go that way.
But he's still, like, with his new formula, he would go Houston, but he's like, man, I've got to go back to my old self. Arizona's too good of a team.
So you're not following the formula is what Lance is saying.
No, when he doesn't
system.
follow the formula, it's 80%.
Yeah.
Like it's so
Interesting, I got
obvious.
you.
Yeah.
Like it's so obvious Gonzaga is going to beat Arkansas.
Yeah, but are they going to beat him by 8.5?
But my formula says take Arkansas.
Yeah, I don't know what's so obvious.
Interesting.
Well, I sent out my Sweet 16 picks, and my buddies all bet them before he left Las
Yeah,
Vegas.
see, I think you're getting a little too giddy, too. He's getting ahead of himself. I mean, there's no way you can play Sweet 16 games before you actually leave Vegas a week early.
What do you mean, no way?
I mean,
They'll take your money, right?
Yeah, they'll take your money. Yeah, absolutely.
I've got a wallet full of tickets that say
You
yes.
can play next year's tournament before.
That's right. Because they're like, if this guy's playing right now, we want his money.
No, I'm just saying that's not natural Dunaway. I mean, Dunaway to be playing
that's what
games
you're saying.
week out. Yeah, I mean, he's getting a little too giddy
Yeah,
with this.
Dunaway is more spur of the moment. You pin him when he's not prepared, and he crumbles. To move the show
your guys
around.
will be tearing all these tickets up. Yeah. They will not be taking anything back to Vegas.
Well, I hope so because I bet my plays. They bet the opposite.
Yeah.
So if they're tearing, I'm winning.
Yeah.
Make a little of this money back on Thursday and Friday.
Paul asked if I have a theory that there were some Dunaways early on in NASA. You had nobody that worked for NASA, right?
I did not. We're not.
I don't want to insult you.
Yeah, we're not from the Huntsville area.
Yeah.
No, and I don't have anybody who works the stock market or in banking either. I got some of those questions yesterday on the flight back. We did have a lot of listeners who made the trip to Vegas this weekend and a lot of viewers. And yesterday, Rockstar, we're standing at the gate waiting to board, and I'm in the A boarding group. So I'm standing there waiting to board, and I'm like A60.
And by the way, you look way too
Southwest.
fresh to be coming back from Vegas 5 days. But congratulations.
Thank you. I didn't throw up.
Yeah.
Which is always a
Thank you. I didn't throw up.
That's a goal for me.
No,
I'm an easy throw up.
I thought that you would be dragging. I mean, I've seen you on this show a couple of times, and it's more so when we've traveled to different venues to actually cover games where you're dragging a little bit. You're not dragging at all. It's shocking.
Well, I didn't do any show notes last night, so I landed at 7, got luggage at 7:30, got home, saw Maggie for a bit because she's leaving town today.
Y'all just tag team.
Hey. So she's leaving town
That's what
now.
you want to call it.
Wow. So she's leaving. How long she got to be going?
Until Sunday. I'm about to be a bachelor. I mean, the kids are all gone this week, and so I'll be glad to come over and watch some games with you Thursday and Friday. Well, I can't go Friday. I've got Eric Church on Friday night.
Well, where's Eric Church?
He's in
not
Birmingham.
Is he in Birmingham?
Yeah, Friday night.
The Chief?
Yeah, y'all can
You're
go
going to
wear your
church?
sunglasses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Going to church.
Eric Church and I.
Yeah.
So is he at the Civic
it.
Center?
I think that's where he is. Yeah, I got tickets.
think?
Yeah, I got called when I was in Vegas.
Yeah?
Did you get those at a kiosk in Vegas, by the way?
I did. Pick these up right here. It's my Patrick Mahomes starter kit. You don't like this? Rocky Mountain Rain.
You do look like Ronnie Millsap more than Patrick Mahomes, yes.
Ronnie Millsap, dead or alive?
Ronnie's still with us.
Oh, he's still alive.
No, we'd know if he
Dead.
died.
Okay.
No.
I'll go steak he's dead.
We'd know if Ronnie
No,
Millsap.
I think
Ronnie Millsap's alive.
I think I walked past him at a piano bar.
Do you want to do it then? I've got plenty to play with.
Yeah,
You
do a steak, Dunaway.
You do. I don't want to do a steak.
well,
but I
it's
think
easy.
he's
He's
still
still
alive.
Oh, you're
100%
feeling lucky
still
coming off this
alive.
Vegas roll.
Okay,
He,
heck, I'll do it. I'll
Okay.
take a steak. He's alive.
He's alive.
Okay. Whoa,
Well,
there's one back.
what easy
One
win.
back.
One win back in town. Wow, Dunaway.
God, I'm so itchy.
Oh, but we're 10 minutes into the show. You got an easy
Ronnie
win.
Millsap is still alive.
He's alive.
How old is he?
79.
Look, he's young.
Man, I thought he died a decade ago.
Nope. We know if Ronnie
No,
Millsap
I mean,
died.
more shocking is that William Shatner is 91 today.
Yeah, well, I knew he was alive. He's still doing commercials.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's 91.
It's that toupee, man.
I mean, it's hard to look anything at 91. It's hard to show up on camera at 91.
Yeah, I mean, for him to still do what he does.
Yeah.
What Ronnie Millsap doesn't play though, right?
Oh, no, he's 79.
I bet he's playing. You look.
See, I thought
you
Ronnie
look.
Millsap had serious complications from diabetes.
Real quick, before you look, where do you think Ronnie Millsap's playing his next concert?
Oh,
Pigeon
I mean,
Forge.
it's in Branson.
it's
if he's
in
playing.
It's in Branson
Yeah.
if he's playing.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Branson.
Oh, my gosh.
Where is he tonight?
He's somewhere Saturday.
Where is he Saturday?
McMinnville Park Theater in McMinnville, Tennessee.
Man,
McMinnville.
McMinnville.
I could have sworn he died. They might have brought him back with the defibrillator or something.
I'm right. Smoky Mountain Rain is him, though, right?
Yeah, no, I knew it right away, yeah. Here we go. Here's Ronnie Millsap's official website.
It was his son that was found dead.
Yeah, I saw that. I want to bring that up. Yeah. I didn't want to kill the
So it's
show.
half a steak. Right.
Ronald Millsap, that's probably what I saw was 2019.
All right, Friday, he's in Portsmouth, Ohio at the Vern Rife Center for the Arts. He's in Hagerstown, Maryland, Lake Charles, Louisiana. He's got a decent little thing going here.
I think I might rather see Ronnie Millsap than Eric Church.
Wow. Come on now.
How about Tuesday, November 8th, Ronnie Millsap with the Nashville Symphony? I bet that's good.
Marty Smith is coming up in our next segment, and I want you to tell him you'd almost rather see Ronnie Millsap than Eric Church.
That's gonna hurt.
Marty Smith will jump through the camera and punch you in the jaw if you say
Oh, they're
that.
buddies. I mean, I don't want to take a shot at his buddy.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, a lot to get to that I've missed, and I want to get a bracket update. But first, tell us about our friends at Bromberg's and how they can take care of you all the way year-round, not just during the holidays.
Look, since 1836, owned and operated, solid reputation, fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's, they've also got that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's, 2 great locations. Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
All right, so I've been out of contact. I didn't pay any attention to what was going on. I just know that my bracket sucks. And from an email I saw or something from Lunsford or a tweet, all of our brackets suck.
They all
Where
do,
are we
yeah.
on that?
Okay,
Is
so-
anybody locked into losing this
Well,
bracket
here's the
challenge?
thing. I made
was.
this discovery yesterday. You lead right now with 38 points.
I'm in the lead?
I've got the 3 of us are dead last in the entire show. So yes, you've got the lead.
So you
of-
didn't check the leaderboard one time.
So everybody behind the glass is ahead of
Well,
us?
do you know who's leading the entire Double Down Media organization right now?
No.
The Rockstar.
Well, I think it's
Yes, of
Lady
course.
Bird, but
Well, yeah, Lady
Well, I
Bird.
don't think Lady Bird's an official employee here, but the entire organization, Rockstar, at 42. He's got 42 points. He leads Walls, Lunsford, and Reed by a point. Forrester by 2 points.
Forrester's ahead of us?
Yes,
Everybody's ahead of us.
everybody's
My
ahead of us.
God.
You're at 38. I'm at 36.
Wait,
LT's at 34.
Did Forrester have Auburn winning the national championship? Of course he did.
He did, yes.
Hashtag
He's-
Peacock.
He's going to start losing some
yeah,
games
but I've
here.
already lost 3 of my final 4.
Yeah, here's what I discovered, though.
All SEC, by the way.
Here's what I discovered when I
lost
got here
2.
yesterday, thinking that I was okay. Already having told my family, guys, I don't think I can lose right now. I think it's old Uncle Lance or Jimmy that's taking the tour. That final game's worth 32 points.
I thought it was worth 16.
Negative. Doubles every round. So anybody's alive right now. All you got to do is have the champion.
Well, my champion's still alive.
Yeah,
yep.
Dunaway, I think, and I'm just guessing here, but if Duke beats Texas Tech, I think I take the lead on you.
So there's still a chance I could go?
Yeah, so everybody's alive.
Yeah. Now,
32 points. If I get Villanova,
now
there's-
Brown is if this combination happens, if Kansas wins and Villanova loses,
Yeah.
Brown's already done.
Yeah, I'm done. I cannot have a Villanova loss, and you guys can't have a Gonzaga loss.
Yeah. But
Who's Villanova play this week?
Villanova's got Michigan.
They got Michigan.
But I think you've already got a ticket on Michigan, don't you?
Thank you.
I do.
That's the problem.
As
Yeah,
well,
but
as
I
well
thought-
would say, thank you very much.
I said this yesterday. I thought for sure you were looking at the leaderboard and you played Michigan to hedge, which would have been smart on your part. Because basically, if Villanova wins, really it's going to come down to me. You're playing for second at that
Where
point.
is said leaderboard that I should be looking at? Is that on our website?
NextRoundLive.com.
NextRoundLive.com.
Sure. Yeah, it's your home for all things Next Round, as the commercial will tell you.
Yeah. And it's all brought to you by Exclusive Auto Wholesale.
Wholesale.
Now
Yeah.
you're in the lead, Rockstar.
Yeah, it's over by the morning rounds. That's what you'll find.
Yeah, Rockstar put his bracket together in a minute.
Yeah, probably a
picked
minute
all
and a half.
one seeds.
Yeah.
In the most
no
volatile
thought
tournament
into
of all
it.
time,
Yeah.
picked all one seeds.
So you're telling me that here's the leaderboard. So you're telling me there is a path to not losing this thing every year if I just pick the favorites?
Not just pick the favorites, but just like I don't think about it too much.
No, let
And I'm not gonna claim I'm
Rockstar or a
genius if I win.
dog do your picks, and
right.
you probably won't lose.
Because I cannot tell you how much basketball I've watched. I've looked at Ken Palm and all that to come up and to be, what am I, 651st?
Yep.
Dunaway, I'm 1,051. I think I'm a dead last of everybody.
No, there's more than that.
No, we hit 1,300. I did see that.
You got 300 people behind you, Lance.
Some people may have signed up and just didn't fill out the bracket.
Well, there's that possibility. Yeah.
Yeah, Ronnie Millsap.
Do we know who the leader is?
Yeah, I've got it right here. It is
it one guy or-
Cosby 57.
Cosby 57.
How would he say it, Rex?
No, that
I'm
dude,
in the lead. The Tar Heels going to win the whole thing.
well, he's got time on his hands.
Well,
right?
his unfortunate thing is he's got Auburn winning it, so he can't win this thing.
I have noticed that dude has been like lights out since day one.
Who?
The Cosby guy, yeah.
Well,
But he picked
yeah,
Auburn?
yeah, but he's got Auburn, so he's done. BA Fan 1980 he's second, and he's got Kansas, so he'd still be alive.
Oh, and with Kansas winning, not a lot of people have Kansas winning this thing.
Who is that?
BA Fan 1980.
Yeah.
BA fan. All
Yeah.
right.
1980.
BA, that was Mr. T.
It was.
And about 1980.
BA Baracus.
Roll Tide, Jesse.
But I'm looking right here, like a lot of the people at the top, like Jay Chillin, he's in third. He's got Kentucky winning. Can't have him.
Uh-oh.
Deuce.
Yeah, so instead of previewing like the top games in the round of Sweet 16, our top games are what we really need to focus on. And that's Michigan, Villanova, Kansas, Providence, Texas Tech, Duke. Those three are pivotal for whoever's traveling.
Okay, I'm still in a little bit of fog. What do we need for Brown to lose?
We just need Kansas to beat Providence and Michigan to beat Villanova, and Brown is traveling.
Okay, America, cheer for that. Cheer for that. Let's
Why cheer for that?
send Brown on the road again.
I've never done it.
We appreciate you guys being with us, especially in the Farmfolio chat room. JD on Twitter at Farmfolio, at Next Round Live, at Next Round Live. Clint Eastwood will be 92 May 31st, still directing movies at 92.
Still acting.
Still acting. Action movies.
I would put acting in the.
I didn't see
love
Crime
Clint.
Macho. Did you guys see Crime? I couldn't
I
do
did
it.
not. I can't do it. It's
Yeah.
it's like watching.
I saw the Mule, and there was
Yeah.
good parts of the Mule.
Yeah.
Mule was really sad, but you could see Clint really breaking down, and that was 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Good luck to Talladega College tonight. They play for the NAIA National Championship against Loyola, Louisiana, not Loyola Chicago or Loyola in
Marymount.
Cincinnati or Loyola Marymount, but Loyola, Louisiana. It's the NAIA National Championship tonight, 7 o'clock. Edwin Lewis with a big game last night as Talladega College beats Thomas More, I think it was. And they're 32-5 on the year. So a chance for a basketball national championship in the state of Alabama tonight, thanks to the Tornadoes over in Talladega College. Speaking of tornadoes, weather aware today. Be careful out there. About 2 o'clock. Is that still the forecast?
No,
That's
I think they pushed it back a little bit
Pushed it
later.
back?
Yeah, I think they hit Mississippi. Roommate was supposed to travel today and was supposed to go into Mississippi. had to pull the travel plans back because at 1 o'clock, that's when they're going to have their serious weather, and then it will come east. So I think it's going to be 4 or 5 o'clock.
Appreciate all the vocal Next Round Live viewers and listeners on our plane back from Las Vegas yesterday when we were flying over those horrible storms in Texas and the plane was bouncing around. And they started screaming from the back and the front of the plane, Jimmy Landmine, what's happening?
No, they did not.
Oh, I promise you they did. And as I said, when we were delayed.
That's the kind of guys that would piss me off because I'm already on edge.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear anything like that.
And as I was telling you earlier, and I don't know if I finished the story, we were delayed at the gate, and they're yelling from all sorts, parts while we're standing in line. We were overweight for takeoff. They needed 3 people to stay. We're a party of 3. I told our guys, this is a sign we need to stay. Let's stay. And
of course, Dunaway wants to stay. I've been out here 5 days. Why come home?
But they were offering.
Stay one more day. Maggie leaves town.
They were offering $900 of Southwest travel the rest of the time. Get your hotel paid for, and for one more night, and fly direct tomorrow. And I was like, let's stay. And they were like, if it gets up to $1,500, we'll stay. They didn't go up any further. They had 3 people. But we were standing there, and people were yelling, oh, we're delayed. Way to go, landmine. I was like, calm down until we get home. I wouldn't hit the landmine too hard.
Wow. Yeah, we had a bad situation in China yesterday.
Yeah, well, it did. I saw that happen before I got on the plane. All right, when we come back, Marty Smith joins us. We're going to talk college basketball with Marty, a little college football, a little NASCAR, a little music with Eric Church in town this week. Marty's coming up, part of the show being brought to you by Precision Sports, getting you back in the game.
Yes, Precision, one of our great sponsors from day one. And if you want to know about Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, very simple, 855-219-6200. Maybe you tweaked a shoulder pulling down the attic ladder. Maybe you injured the elbow working out. You can call today our friends at Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 855-219-6200. You can also visit online. Go to precisionsportsortho.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. I've now been on the program for about 6 weeks, and in that time, I've now lost over 40 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals in the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and hold me accountable along with the entire Next Round crew. It's been much easier than I thought it would be, and it can be for you too. Just visit aplanforme.com to learn more about their program and then join us in our journey to healthy living. That's aplanforme.com to get started on your weight loss journey with Way to Wellness.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Beef O'Brady's is the perfect place for food and fun. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Visit the 280 location. The Grove in Hoover just off 459 in that great Helena location. My friend Bradley and I were in the 459 location at the Grove. He loved that Amarillo firecracker burger, Angus top of smoked bacon, fried jalapenos, pepper jack cheese, and the sweet jalapeno aioli. On the suggestion of our server, I got the Angus cheeseburger wrap. All your favorite cheeseburger ingredients wrapped in a flour tortilla. Our lunch was terrific. Yours will be as well. Try those items or any other items on the Beef O'Brady's menu. Beef O'Brady's, the perfect place for food and fun. You've heard some of my coworkers talk about the amazing results they've had from Way to Wellness. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. I didn't set out to drop a bunch of weight. I was just looking for sensible snacks to maintain my weight. I found those at Way to Wellness. You can too. Visit aplanforme.com. Whether you want to lose weight or just snack more sensibly and maintain your weight, you can do that with Way to Wellness. I love the fudge graham and the caramel crunch. They are terrific. Find out more at aplanforme.com. And join us here on The Next Round for our journey to a healthier life with Way to Wellness.
I don't know if Marty Smith has seen the current Eric Church. I think he has. Eric Church tour that's out, but I get to go see the Chief coming up Friday night here in Birmingham. I'm excited about that. Back 5 days from Vegas, and I get Eric Church on Friday night on the return from Vegas. I'm excited about that. 10 years in the making, Bud Light introducing the next generation of light beer, Bud Light Next. You see the logo behind me. 0 carbs, 80 calories. Bud Light Next, that light body, super crisp taste for easy drinking. You'll see it on the golf course, at the pool, at the beach this summer. Bud Light Next, available now wherever you buy beer.
Dunaway is living his life right now like the doctors have given him 1 day to live, and it's like every day.
And Marty, you have no idea. Marty, this guy will not stay home.
He will not, Marty.
He's been in Vegas for 5 nights, and by the way, nobody goes to Vegas for 5 nights. Impossible. He tried to stay a 6th. You know when they tell you,
I got a 40-hour limit, boys.
I'm 48.
I'm talking touchdown to takeoff. I got 40 hours, and first of all, I have so much to discuss with you guys. First of all, I love you. Thanks for having me. It's great to be on again.
Always.
We're going to start with the brownie break. Was that brownie's break? I heard 7 advertisements.
Marty, I got
like dental care for
that's Stone Creek Dental.
We've got kids going to college, Marty.
I got to send 2 kids through college, man.
Hey, I ain't hating. You're talking about the guy who has more advertisements than anybody on ESPN. So I'm all in on the advertisements. Also, we got to jump into Dunaway's trip to Vegas. Laney has been in Vegas since Thursday morning. So I'm surprised you guys didn't cross paths at some point around 2:30 in the morning in some random casino.
I wish I'd have known. I'd have been looking for her because I was, I'm a people watcher. I'd have been looking for her.
So what was the highlight of your Vegas experience?
Truthfully, seeing Katy Perry walking around or in and out of the casino, but she's surrounded by 6 bodyguards. I couldn't get to her to talk to her.
Laney, so this is how we roll. Like last Tuesday or something. Again, Laney left Thursday to go to Vegas. Last Tuesday or so, she's like, Martin, can you get us tickets to see Katy Perry on Friday night or Saturday night or whatever it was? And I was like, well, that's not the most notice, but let me give it a ride. So I call CAA, and lo and behold, we paid a handsome price for Laney and her girlfriends to go see Katy Perry in her residency. What I did not expect was to wake up the next morning to multiple videos of for example, Katy Perry climbing in and out of a giant toilet.
Yes.
During her performance. And Lainey goes, Marty, there's a poop emoji singing in this show. This is a different experience than that which I'm typically accustomed, but they have had a blast. Lainey is still in Vegas right now as we speak. And lastly, before we get to whatever y'all want to talk about, I will be in Birmingham on Friday night.
For the concert?
To see Eric, yes, to see Eric play a country music show. And I think this will be my sixth or seventh show on this tour.
Wow.
But yes, I have seen.
You might as well become a roadie.
I mean, listen, man, I have invested heavily in this individual, and I care about him deeply, and I just want to make sure that since nobody's coming to the shows at all, since he's only breaking every attendance record in every arena he's playing, I want to make sure that he feels supported.
Can you tell me, is there a chance that special guest will be with him? Like Morgan Wallen jumped on stage with him up in Nashville for a couple of shows.
Actually, it was the other way around. He jumped on stage with Morgan, and Morgan did. So there was an interesting moment at the second or third show of this tour. There was a COVID outbreak in Eric's crew. And so Eric had to play by himself, solo. And Morgan randomly showed up in Philly to support Eric. So it was only fit. Morgan sold out Bridgestone Arena for 3 consecutive nights. I mean, this is an historic moment for him as an artist. Not only did he have the #1 album in the world and all across all genres, his Dangerous record, but what he's doing on this tour is amazing. And his fans are very passionate. So I don't know. I've not talked to Eric this week. I don't know if somebody's going to jump up on stage with him or not, but it would not surprise me if that happened.
Okay, so outside of the country genre, most random, really good concert you've ever seen?
Well, the first concert I ever went to was Bobby Brown in 7th grade.
Was he with New Edition or straight up Bobby Brown?
Was it My Prerogative?
Straight up Bobby. Yeah, man, I can do what I want to do. Ain't nobody humping around. That whole time right there. My parents obviously did not know what they were agreeing to. And we went to see Bobby, myself and a couple buddies of mine. And so that was interesting. I've seen Pearl Jam so many times, Lance. One of the coolest things I've ever seen, to be honest, and this is probably my answer. I'm a huge Pearl Jam fan. Eddie Vedder is one of the 3 or 4 people on my bucket list interviews, outstanding.
I'll go with
that
you.
I've never had the opportunity to chat with.
Yeah.
We went to see, my brother-in-law Mike is in the 10 Club. He's a hardcore Pearl Jam guy. And he got tickets through the 10 Club he got 2 tickets, and we went to see Pearl Jam play a couple summers ago at Fenway Park. Oh, wow. And I thought this was a couple hours into the show, and Eddie was 2 or 3 bottles of red wine in at this point. And he stopped the show for a minute, and he told this amazing story. He said, guys, when we were first getting started, there was an old crappy Howard Johnson right across the street here from Fenway Park, and we stayed in that Howard Johnson. And he mentioned the bar that they played that night, and the crowd, as you might imagine, went ballistic because he mentioned this small Boston hole-in-the-wall bar that Pearl Jam played as a new act. And he said that night after that show, when we got back to that crappy Howard Johnson, we were chatting and we said to one another, someday we're going to be across the street playing Fenway Park. But we had to have a bridge in order to get from that bar to this moment tonight. We had to have a bridge in order to become what we are from what we were. And then he had this dramatic pause, and he pointed out into the assemblage of 20,000 people, and he goes, you are that bridge. Oh. And as you can, it still gives me chills. As you can imagine, the crowd just went. Like it was ear busting how amazing that moment was. And I was like in tears. I was so pumped up. I was drunk too, but that's another point. That's another part of the equation. But just that Pearl Jam is amazing. They are amazing. Their body of work is timeless, and the intensity with which they play and their evolution as human beings and artists, I could go on and on about it. But I would say it was that show at Fenway Park that is the answer.
Marty Smith is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Watch this, Marty. Throw out 3 Pearl Jam songs and watch what Rockstar does. Go, just one at a time.
Me?
Go. Yeah. Marty, throw out a Pearl Jam song.
Alive.
Okay,
Wish List.
Oh, hang on. One at a time. Go Alive.
Oh,
Alive is track 3 on
Alive.
Alive is track 3 on album 1.
Wish List.
Wish List is track 5 on album 4.
Give him another one, Marty.
Black.
Black is out track 5 on album 1.
Yeah, he can do the whole catalog that way.
You can't give him what he can't do.
Well, I can give him one he can't do because none of us know the Yellow Ledbetter. There's not like he can make up words and be correct because that's what Eddie does.
Yeah, well, the Yellow Ledbetter was a track number 5 off a bootleg called Five Musketeers.
Wow.
Lyrics are a different thing.
Yeah.
We'll ding in. That's credit for Rockstar.
And now, by the way, I was at that second show at the Fenway Park. Were you at the first or second? They did 2 in a row. They did a Labor Day weekend. And I
can't hear him.
You can't hear Rockstar?
If he's talking to me, I can't hear him.
Oh, man, you missed his trick.
Oh, no. So you didn't know what he was doing there the whole time.
No, I had no idea.
Great television faking by you, though.
Marty,
Marty
smiling
you
and nodding.
chuckled? Yes. Oh, what Rockstar was doing was naming track and album of every song you called out.
Can you hear me now, Marty?
Oh, I can hear you now. Yeah.
All right,
now do it.
All right, now do it.
Track 3, album 1. Wish List was track 5, album 5. Black was track 5, album 5, and Yellow Ledbetter was 5 off the bootleg called Five Musketeers originally.
What about Corduroy?
Corduroy's track number 8 on album 3. That's one of my favorite songs.
Yeah, it's a absolutely phenomenal song. What about Elderly Woman Behind the Counter?
Elderly Woman Behind the Counter in a Small Town is track number 10 off album number 2. Versus.
Yeah, this is pretty impressive.
That's a
I don't know if
talent.
he's right or not, but I'm
is.
impressed.
You can
No,
check.
he's right. We've checked. Trust me. We've tried.
Yeah, we filled an entire July show one time just doing this.
Yeah. Everyone's got to have a hobby, Marty.
Yeah.
That July tweener show is rough sometimes.
Yeah, it's
But Rockstar, ask him the question you had about Fenway.
Yeah.
Oh, Fenway, I was at the second show. They did 2 shows that summer was the last leg of that tour. Which one were you, the first one or the second one? There was a Sunday night show.
Idea.
It was a Sunday night show or Tuesday night show?
I think it was a Sunday night show.
Okay, you were at the
I think
first.
it was Sunday night.
Okay, we were at the second show because we saw what's his name on Superbad?
Jonah Hill.
No, Mick, the fake ID, the guy,
McLovin.
McLovin. I was walking around and McLovin's walking around by himself. He's supposedly a huge Pearl Jam fan.
He didn't have a bunch of women with him?
No, he was by himself.
So my brother-in-law, the tickets he got through the 10 Club were really good. They were kind of first or second row in sort of the second tier on the floor, I guess is the right way to say it. They were great seats. And so I'm sitting there, we're having beers, we're just on cloud 9. I've scored this random, Hampton Inn or Courtyard Marriott or something. We're like stoked. Like we got it made right now. We've driven 7.5 hours to get there. And all of a sudden I hear Marty, and I turn and look, and it's Kenny Mayne. And I'm like, what the hell are you doing here? And he goes, well, what the hell are you doing here? Same thing you're doing here. Kenny knows the band. He's super close with all those guys. So he's at all kinds of shows. It was great to see him there too. I love that guy.
So important question here. Better 80s movie, Roadhouse or Red Dawn?
Well, I'm a Roadhouse guy. They're both great, but I'm a Roadhouse guy, and I think Roadhouse is so underappreciated. You know that song, Angel Eyes?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Jeff Healey.
That's one of my favorite songs of all
Jeff
time.
Healey. It's a
Band,
phenomenal song, and I was on a vacation. The participants of the vacation will remain nameless, but we were having a very good time down in the islands, and this was very recently, within the last couple of years, and my buddy's wife took over the jukebox, and she is playing these songs, and that song came on and time stopped, and there were like 10 people hammered off of margaritas, singing that song at the top of our lungs. And it is so, like, if y'all are listening and you don't know that song, go find it. That's your homework, because it's an all-timer that people just don't remember.
Hey, no, I love that. That's one of my favorite songs of all time. Jeff Healy Band, Angel Eyes. Yes, man, he's so good.
So we've got a friend that listens to the show, Terry Henley, and he's really good friends with Jimmy, the bad guy in Roadhouse. And
No way.
So Jimmy has
Nice.
actually listened to our show before.
What's up, Jimmy?
Didn't end well for Jimmy, though, did it?
It did not.
I'm a big Roadhouse guy. And so let me, one of the claims to fame that I carry with me all the time is this is a bit of a right-hand turn, sort of, but not really, because of Patrick Swayze. But Dirty Dancing was filmed at least partly in my hometown. And Mountain Lake Resort is in Pembroke, Virginia, which is basically my hometown. I grew up in Parisburg. It's neighboring towns. And most of the inside the cottages and the main grand area were Mountain Lake Resort, where my high school did prom and all that stuff.
Our buddy Lauren Sisler actually got married there.
Yeah, she did. That's right.
For that reason. Yeah. So that's crazy.
Well, unfortunately, the lake is now dry because of some tectonic plate science. It's way over my head.
No, it's the bathtub method. It moves and it just drains the water out.
Yeah.
We need somebody to take a bath and fill that sucker back up.
All right, he is Marty Smith. Go follow him on Twitter at Marty Smith ESPN. If you see him at the Eric Church concert, tell him the next round said, "What up?" Dunaway's going to try to get backstage. He's going to be texting Marty.
I am not. I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy.
Marty, enjoy it, man. It's always fun, buddy.
Y'all are awesome. Have a great one. Thanks.
You too. Thanks. Marty Smith with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
All right. Part of our show also being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. Whether you're spending 5 nights in Vegas or spending a lifetime anywhere in the U.S., Mortgage Right can hook you up with a refinance or that initial mortgage.
Yeah, hey, things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home, find yourself a little short on cash, you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of a top-notch mortgage professional. Get your fix. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Did you guys show a T-shirt winner while I was gone? Did we?
I think that was today.
It's today. We're
doing a T-shirt award winner today. You want to do that when we come back?
Sure.
Okay, we'll get.
We got it ready, Lunsford?
Do we have it? That would be the question.
Okay.
He feels good about it.
Yeah, he feels good about it. So our first T-shirt award winner when we come back, and also a look ahead to what is still to come on the show right now, brought to you by our friends at Michelson. Clay Travis at 10, and at 12 noon, Jay Bilas will be back on the show with us. That's brought to you by our friends at Michelson.
Hey, 969-8100, make that call today. Hey, look, LASIK might not be right for you. Here's the cool thing. LASIK or Michelson Laser Vision, they're going to let you know. I had a couple of friends go in over the last 5 years, guys we've worked with. It wasn't right for them, and Dr. Michelson will tell you that. LASIK was right for me. I got the procedure done almost 20 years ago. I've got 20/15 vision. The credibility that goes with Michelson Laser Vision, they are the absolute best, in my opinion, in the business. Call today, 969-8100. At least schedule the hassle-free consultation to find out if LASIK is right for you. You might be wasting money each and every year on contacts or eyeglasses. I did it for a decade. Call today, 969-8100, or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
year. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at UrologyCentersAlabama.com. Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476. Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online, mycookiedoughmagic.com.
Why is Culver's such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day, oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Our friends at Farmfolio gives us the chat room over there. We've quickly passed 100 messages in the video stream of the Farmfolio chat room this morning. Thank you guys so much for that already on the show. As Ashley points out over there, didn't know I needed Marty Smith talking about Eddie Vedder this morning, but I sure did thanks to that. And we appreciate your message over there, Ashley.
I remember our buddy Travis Haney that was with ESPN back in the day was a huge Pearl Jam fan, and we would talk with him about it when he came on. I don't know that we've ever talked with Marty about that, have we?
No, I had no idea that
yeah,
he was
I
a
was a
fan.
big Pearl Jam fan.
You know what's amazing is how many people, like, I love the Seattle, like I like Nirvana, Soundgarden, Stone Temple Pilots. I just never, and I've told you this before, I never liked Pearl Jam. But if there is one band that people are overly passionate about out of that area, it is Pearl Jam.
Well, they're the only consistent. Nirvana's done. Alice in Chains is done. Soundgarden is now done. Like they're the surviving members of that era, and they're still putting out new music. They've been doing it for over 30 years. So it's just they're the consistency. So everybody has their childhood that, like, I've been to 40 Pearl Jam concerts because they've been a band since 1990.
No, I get that. When all of it originally came out, I liked everything else better than Pearl Jam.
That was great about the Seattle scene. Not one band sounded the same. They were all lumped in together, but Nirvana did not sound anything like Pearl Jam, and same thing with Soundgarden, Alice in Chains, and Screaming Trees. It's just crazy. Candlebox is one of the forgotten ones, and Sir Mix-a-Lot from Seattle.
How about that? Yeah. A rare one. That's part of our Farmfolio chat room over there, brought to you by the great folks at Farmfolio.
If you're worried about market volatility and inflation, let Farmfolio show you how your investment turn into cash-flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net.
Tyler says, welcome back, Dunaway. You're sitting shorter. Wallet must be super light today. I don't even have a wallet anymore.
They took that too.
Yes. We'll trade this in for the leather.
Yeah. So it was my worst trip to Vegas financially ever.
But it seems like the spirit you came back in. I think you're embracing the fact that your friends had a good time on account of you.
I had a good time. I just didn't win anything. It became laughable. One great example was I had Chattanooga on the money line, which pays better than getting the odds.
They got such a good look, too.
And they sat there and they led the whole game. The whole game.
And got a really good look at the end.
And then all of a sudden, they're starting to lose the lead. They're starting to lose the lead. And I'm like, oh, my God, are you kidding me? I mean, didn't I lose a stake one day when Illinois blew a league during the Big Ten tournament while we were sitting here?
Yes, you did. They were a 1 seed. Until they lost to Michigan.
No, lost to Indiana.
Indiana, that's right.
While we were live on the air, and I was like, well, Illinois cannot.
They can't do it to me twice.
I'm against Illinois this time. They can't screw me again.
That's where it goes.
But they did. That was the worst one. Yeah. That was when I just said, this is.
Then how about Chattanooga's coach, Lamont Pierce, gets a job out of that?
Yeah. Is that a good hire?
I mean, the SEC,
we don't know. If you don't know. He's going to South Carolina.
Well, the SEC's just hired all these mid-major guys. Like LSU hired the guy from Murray State, McMahon, that we talked about was going to be the hot property. He ends up taking a job where he gets a 7-year contract and a hefty raise. He's getting like a $2 million raise from what he's making at Murray. But he's also got it in his contract. If they have scholarship reductions or sanctions, he gets years added. Yeah. So, I mean, they had to really sweeten the deal just to get him to take it.
He's got 7 years guaranteed.
That's right.
And if they are
I don't know that it's fully guaranteed, but he's got 7 years.
Yeah. But if they add a year of penalties or scholarship reduction, it's a year for every.
But for Lamont Pierce to South Carolina, good deal for him. Obviously, going to the SEC, going to a place that Frank Martin in 10 years made one NCAA tournament, so they're going to be patient with him. Yep. But, you look at the entire body of work at Chattanooga, and I don't know what was going on 5 years ago when he was hired, but he was only 87 and 72.
That's what I was going to say, 87 and 72 at a place at Chattanooga that has pretty good history.
And he blew your game this past week.
Blew the game. And, at some point, coaching's got to be a part of that.
But I never know, like the Jans guy, Chris Jans from New Mexico State, he's done nothing but go to the tournament.
Yeah, he's been very consistent.
Yeah. Todd Golden.
Somebody hired him. Who hired him?
Mississippi State. Yeah, Todd Golden that Florida hired. That guy really had done okay at San Francisco, one tournament run.
Yep.
His record wasn't great at San Francisco. The guy at Murray, obviously everybody wins at Murray State. That's like Western Kentucky. Everybody wins basically at Western Kentucky. So Missouri hired the guy from Cleveland State. It's all these mid-major guys. I don't know which ones will be successful, if any of them.
But if you're sitting there and you're Calipari and Bruce Pearl and even Nate Oates, you're sitting here going, hey, I feel pretty good that maybe we got some guys coming in that's going to have to learn next year.
Well, it's funny what a different world it is, right? Like the LSU job. In football, they just go hire the guy from Notre Dame. Think about that.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, think about that. They're just like, okay, Notre Dame is one of the greatest programs of all time. Let's go hire their coach. Yeah. Boom, they do it. In basketball, it's like, maybe we can get the Murray State guy. It's just such a different world.
That's a great point. And it makes the Georgia hire Mike White less of a gamble. You at least know what you're getting on Mike White.
I don't know that it's good, but you know what you're getting.
Luck. Yeah, you're not going to go to the tournament again.
All right.
You can't even get Florida there.
New Life Art, a T-shirt competition going on all summer long. We got our first winner coming up, but first tell us about New Life Art.
Yeah, New Life Art, always bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787 or go online to check out that incredible work. Go to danielmooreart.com. I haven't even seen this.
I haven't either. So let's do the unveiling. Who is the There it is. Oh, I've seen this one. Yeah, I've seen this one. I do like this.
I've seen this one. I like this one a lot. Yeah.
Now, and Lunsford is aware of this. We're probably going to have to remove the two logos that you see there: the Bucs logo on Dunaway's hat and the Dolphins logo on my vest.
The one guy's name is Ben Seabrook.
Ben Seabrook designed this. It is a fantastic design.
That's right. We probably can just throw a red flag on my hat, and just a white circle.
Or do we just want to roll the dice? I mean, what are they going to do? Send a cease and desist?
Well, I will tell you this.
Yes. Very quickly?
Yes, they will.
Well, we could see what would happen because Barstool, I don't know what kind of affiliation they've got with the NFL, but you saw some of the gear they've got out.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Dave Portnoy, today, by the way.
Yeah. They've got everything. This is so well done. Lance with Lady Bird over his shoulder, and he's got a lock.
Yep.
Dunaway's playing poker, and he's got the Bucs hat. Rockstar, and you got to know our show, Rockstar with the Batman hat on.
It was my favorite part of the whole thing.
Playing a guitar, and there I am grilling a golf club and a Dolphins logo.
Yep. Lady Bird, a little bit Oregon State Beaver?
No.
No?
I don't know what's in her mouth though.
That's her tongue.
That's
right?
her tongue.
Licking your
Her tongue's in her mouth.
No, it's like a white tongue is my point.
Yeah, that's why I went beaver, because from a distance it looks like the buck teeth of a beaver.
I think he had to go white tongue because the background's red.
Oh yeah.
But that's a great
That's
logo.
really good.
And we appreciate that. And it doesn't have to be a logo, T-shirt design right there, but we like that. Thank you.
Ben Seabrook, fantastic.
Thank you so much, Ben, for that. And thank you, New Life Art, for bringing us that. Cowan Equipment poll question coming up as we move on.
I didn't notice this.
What?
Somebody noticed in the Farm Folio chat room, Rockstar is playing right-handed, not left-handed.
That's not authentic.
Oh, flip the guitar. Flip that guitar
Come on,
around.
Man.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I
Jim.
won't send a cease and desist to you because it's not exactly me.
That's right.
No, I'll tell you the interesting thing is the likeness when you see like animation like that, it typically is not that. I mean, that's pretty spot on.
That's really good.
It really is.
Yep.
Cowan Equipment takes us to the top of the hour, and then, of course, Clay Travis on the other side.
Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the next round. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, cowan.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
If you missed my NCAA tournament package, we're at lanceslock.com. We are guaranteeing a winning tournament. Don't worry, because we still have our guaranteed full refundable day of packages available. Stay tuned to Lance's Lock on Twitter or check in each day of the tournament at lanceslock.com for information on how you can get that day's plays. We either win for you or you get your money back guaranteed. Win with us for the NCAA tournament at lanceslock.com. Again, go online. It is guaranteed this NCAA tournament, lanceslock.com.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. I've now been on the program for about 6 weeks, and in that time, I've now lost over 40 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals in the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and hold me accountable along with the entire Next Round crew. It's been much easier than I thought it would be, and it can be for you too. Just visit aplanforme.com to learn more about their program and then join us in our journey to healthy living. That's aplanforme.com to get started on your weight loss journey with Way to Wellness.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hey, don't forget to stay up to date with our bracket challenge and how you're doing. All of you that participating, we appreciate the fantastic turnout. NextRoundLive.com, brought to you by Exclusive Auto Wholesale right there on Highway 31, Pelham Parkway. Great selection of vehicles, cars and trucks there. EAW, and they brought us our bracket challenge. We get into this hour of the show. Clay Travis standing by, part of the show being brought to you today. The headlines, anyway, by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to college, Montevallo's the place for them. 75 majors, that list is growing. 21 Division II scholarship sports, fully funded, men and women, with great facilities there at Montevallo, and some unique sports that are online now, including gaming and bass fishing. They're the bass fishing national champions at Montevallo. A fleet of boats down there as well. New buildings, including a $5 million theater department and a lot more. Check it all out at the University of Montevallo, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Alabama had a couple of players go into the basketball portal last night, including Alex Chiku. And he is a big-time prospect who didn't really play a lot this year, and now he's in the portal. Any concern, Nate Oates, or you think he's moving pieces around to bring in new blood?
Chiku was obviously hurt his first year, and this is a guy when he originally signed is a 4-star, a 7-footer that people said had a perimeter game. And, Nate Oates said this guy's going to be a future pro. So I think Alabama fans were excited about him. You just never saw him.
Yep. NIT, Vanderbilt's in action tonight. One SEC team still playing. The tournament cranks back up on Thursday. Talladega College playing tonight for the NAIA National Championship against Loyola, Louisiana, 7 o'clock tonight for that one.
Clay Travis is the Outkick founder at Clay Travis on Twitter. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Clay? How are you?
Doing well. How are y'all?
Awesome. Thanks a lot. So Tennessee yesterday got a 5-star quarterback commitment. Now they're going to have to hold him. It's not until 2023 this dude signs. But out of the state of California, I was stunned, Clay, when I read who the last 5-star quarterback Tennessee signed was. Do you know the answer to this?
Was it Clausen?
That's who Lance and I guessed. It was actually right after Clausen. Do you remember James Banks and he ended up playing receiver.
Oh, yeah,
that was him. I was stunned at that. I'd forgotten all about that.
He was a 5-star?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he was a big time out of Indianapolis, if I remember correctly. That there was a lot of high level of expectation. He ended up being a wide receiver more than he did a quarterback. But yeah, I remember that. I remember that well. That's this kid. And look, I think it's difficult to forecast anybody when they're 17 years old at anything in life, much less high level quarterback play in college. But what I've been told is this kid is as close to a sure thing as possible. He'll be a midterm enrollee, so they don't really have to hold him for that long. He'll get to Knoxville in December. I heard the whole family is talking about moving to Nashville, so this is a family commitment for him to be at Tennessee, and the family potentially moving to Nashville to be closer to him and get set up there. So. I think Tennessee's going to have a top 5 recruiting class. Should be pretty good on the field this year with Hendon Hooker coming back, and they got a pretty good quarterback already committed that they like, who's a freshman this year, Taven Jackson, that they feel like is going to fit really well. And let's be honest, I mean, Josh Heupel has basically shown that anybody can be successful in his offense. So it'll be interesting to see if Tennessee can start to pick up some talent surrounding Nico, and also particularly on the defensive side of the ball.
Clay, sticking with Tennessee, but going basketball, we've got a ridiculous bracket challenge here, and I had your Volunteers playing for the national championship against Gonzaga, ultimately losing that game. But Tennessee was up 6, 8.5 minutes to go in the second half. They were the better team, there's no doubt. Rick Barnes can obviously coach. What happens to him come NCAA tournament time, though?
I don't know. I mean, that was a really tough one. It's one thing when your team loses and you feel like, hey, they're close to where their ceiling could have been. But to your point, LT, I mean, I feel like Tennessee had a team that was good enough to certainly make the Final Four and contend for a national championship, particularly the way they were playing down the stretch. 15-1 in the SEC, really had been good all year, no bad losses. And then, man, to be up 6 with the ball, basically at the under 8 timeout area, and collapse from that point forward and end up losing to, as you said, an inferior team. No discount to Michigan, but in that final 6 minutes, it felt like they had like 4 wide open threes, and they clanked all of them. Finished 2 for 18 from 3 for the game. Worst shooting performance on the season, and that was it. And to Rick Barnes, I mean, you hate to blame a coach for any one individual game, but it's hard not to look at Rick Barnes' overall coaching tenure and say that I believe now he's 2-12-1 in his last 15 NCAA tournament games against the spread, and that's just tough to kind of get your head around, to be quite honest. So I think the whole thing is a real disappointment. I mean, look, Tennessee's going to be fine in terms of making the tournament, but whether they'll ever make a run, I think this is 2 teams that Rick Barnes has had that maybe 3 teams that are good enough to make a run to the Final Four. One of them went to the Sweet 16, and the other 2 lost as 3 seeds in the round of 32. That's pretty disappointing.
Clay Travis with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. We are a society, Clay, that loves to judge people on their worst moments and judge people on the singular moments that we see. And a lot of people have done that with Juwan Howard, and he's given them plenty of ammunition. But we've seen the bad of Juwan Howard. That moment after the game, though, with Kennedy Chandler, the Tennessee player, showed us a different side of Juwan Howard that we don't always judge him on. I thought that was a really, really nice moment for a guy that's been through a lot this year.
Yeah, look, and I believe, based on what I've read, that Juwan Howard and Kennedy Chandler have a long-term relationship, because Kennedy Chandler played on an AAU team or a travel ball team with one of Juwan Howard's sons. So that wasn't a totally out-of-nowhere interaction between the 2 of them. And Kennedy Chandler, I don't know what his pro potential is, because there aren't very many 6-foot point guards in the NBA really anymore. I mean, I guess you can maybe point to Chris Paul as a guy who's had an incredible long-term success in the NBA without being particularly tall. So I'm not sure exactly how Kennedy Chandler projects, but I do know that if he stayed in college, he would be one of the all-time great college point guards. We saw from him in his freshman year, from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, was pretty incredible. I think he's one of those players, and I'm not sure how exactly it's going to shake out, that could be in a situation where, hey, could I make more money in NIL at least for one more year if I'm not going to be a guaranteed first-round pick? And I know it's hard to know whether you're going to be a guaranteed first-round pick, but remember, only guaranteed picks get a guaranteed contract in the NBA. So there's only 30 guaranteed contracts every year in the NBA, and that drop off between being a first and second round pick is pretty significant. So I don't know what choice Kennedy Chandler is going to make, but I do wonder if there's a possibility of NIL dollars, potentially making him a decent amount of money and allowing him to come back just because of his size and where he might project on the next level.
Founder of Outkick, Clay Travis, with us. I'm interested in your thoughts on Phil Mickelson, who's not going to play in the Masters for the first time since 1994, in the aftermath of saying a lot of things, including calling the Saudis scary people and talking about their human rights. What's his future now, Phil Mickelson, and what's his legacy? Will this taint his legacy at all? What do you see of Phil Mickelson?
I don't really understand why this taints Phil Mickelson's legacy. I mean, if it taints Phil Mickelson's legacy, why doesn't it taint LeBron James's legacy and any number of other pro athletes who have been silent about global affairs in an effort to maximize their overall earnings? It seems to me that all Phil Mickelson did was say out loud what many athletes are not supposed to acknowledge, which is a lot of foreign partners of sports leagues have pretty awful records at times when it comes to human rights, particularly in comparison to the United States. And so, there's no Chinese athletes who make a living ripping their country to the high heavens, right? There's no Colin Kaepernick of China. And it seems that we have created a cottage industry of athletes who hold America to a standard that is much higher than they hold any of the international partners that they have. And so I think all Phil Mickelson said was what is true, which is sometimes in order to maximize your revenue, you have to partner with people that have skeletons in their closet in an incredibly negative way. Sometimes almost literal skeletons in their closet if you consider what happened with Saudi Arabia and the journalists that they killed. Again, I'm not claiming that everyone that there are no sins in America's closet, so to speak. But I think in general, we are far freer and far more just than basically any country that is certainly akin to Saudi Arabia or China or those of those ilk. But to me, no athlete spoke out really hardly at all against the Winter Olympics being played in Beijing, and there were no consequences for any athlete that showed up there. Yet Phil Mickelson basically says what is true and about maximizing revenue, and suddenly he's a persona non grata. I just don't get it. He said the quiet part out loud. But what he's doing is no different than what many other athletes are doing.
Another controversial guy, Deshaun Watson. Boy, this shifted on a dime, and I don't know what to think, Clay. I mean, he gets a record-shattering $230 million 5-year deal, but you still have 22 women out there that have accused him of sexual assault. I've always said, if it's 1, 2, or 3, it's one thing. When it's 22, that seems like a lot. But now it looks like the NFL doesn't view him as toxic for him to be able to get a $230 million deal. What do you read into this whole situation?
Well, first, so long as your talents exceed your problems, and I've been saying this for years, you'll always be employed, certainly in pro sports, but really anywhere. The guy who has issues and sells the most cars at a dealership can get away by far with more than the guy who doesn't. And to me, this is not only did the Browns decide to give him the largest guaranteed contract in the history of the NFL, by the way, they also backloaded it so that if he gets suspended, there's almost no punishment, right? There's almost zero issues associated with that, which is pretty wild to even think about, right? That to me is the Browns kind of putting themselves out there. And who knows? I mean, there could be more girls. I mean, 22 is a massive number. It's hard for me to believe that 22 different women all made up the same accusation. And certainly he put himself into this position in some way by having this many different women give him massages. I mean, I think it's impossible to argue that these were athlete-related massages. Talked to a bunch of athletes back when this story came out, and they said, look, I mean, if you find somebody that you believe is really that great at therapeutic massages and it's making you better able to perform at a high level as an athlete because of the treatment that you're getting, you're never going to move on from that person. And if you think about it, I mean, take it outside of the massaging area angle. If somebody finds a personal trainer that they like as an athlete, they don't just jump around from one personal trainer to another, because you get better treatment and better work when someone knows what you're capable of and can put you through a regimen. So, I mean, this feels pretty clearly not something that was therapeutic, something that was sexual in nature. The fact that he was picking random girls off of Instagram and flying them in to give him massages certainly is not something that would that would make you believe that this was entirely innocent behavior by Deshaun Watson.
All right, he is Clay Travis. You can follow him at Clay Travis on Twitter and visit Outkick.com. Clay, thank you for the time, man. Have a great week.
Appreciate y'all. Thanks a lot.
All right, man. Take care. Clay with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah, keep in mind the NFL could still come back even though there's no criminal charges and do a suspension. I think the talking points is the belief in Cleveland is that he'll miss 6 games.
Well, I think it shows everybody knows that's coming by the fact that like Clay said, it is a backloaded contract. This first year, he's only making $1 million.
Right.
So I think everybody knows he's expecting to be suspended.
And I think it also shows you Cleveland's kind of hanging on to Baker right now.
Yeah. I mean, they could keep Baker for those 6 games or for the whole year if he's suspended a year, and then send Baker packing after they're done with using him. That's one of our 3 and out questions coming up later on that we could get to. So stay with us as we roll on. More NFL free agency we're going to get to in a second. But first, let me tell you about Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. A stormy day yesterday in Texas and Louisiana. We're thinking about all those people. We're under the gun today here in Alabama. If storm damage happens to your roof later today, tonight, tomorrow morning, keep Greg in Pell City. Greg from Pell City in mind, Storm Restoration Roofing. Here's this number. Write it down. It's his cell number. You can text him if you have some storm damage, and he can walk you through the process, making sure you're getting all the money you can from your insurance company. That includes him coming out, taking pictures of the damage and everything before you start throwing the blue tarp on. Keep this number on standby year-round because Greg can hook you up. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. In normal times, he'll give you a free no-cost inspection anytime, no obligation at all. But especially during a stormy day like this, you want Storm Restoration Roofing. They're not fly-by-night. They're locally owned. They're A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. They got warranties. The insurance companies love them and trust him. That's why you need Greg from Pell City. 205-542-3531, or just look him up. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Storm Restoration Roofing. A lot of deals going on, including Matt Ryan leaving the Atlanta Falcons. And I think a lot of Falcon fans, at least what we've been seeing in the Farmfolio chat room, were excited about this happening. I know that happened at the end of the show yesterday for you guys. But then here comes Marcus Mariota, and it looks like the Falcons, at least right now, are going to move forward with him on a 2-year contract as their starting quarterback.
Boy, what a downgrade, though.
I mean, Arthur Smith was with him in Nashville. What did he see that makes him think that would work again? Because it didn't work then.
You know, Brown kind of brought up Arthur Smith kind of on a ticking clock. You know, I thought they overachieved going 7-10 in year one. It didn't seem like they had a lot of talent, but now you have downgraded. I mean, Mariota's never played a full season, and the last time he was a full-time starter was 5 years ago. And when you watched him, you were never overwhelmed. Matt Ryan at one time was a former MVP. I know he's going into year 15, and they owed him a lot of money, but they just gave up the most dead dead money and salary cap history at over $40 million.
I was going to ask you, they just gave that up, and they're at $62 million of dead money, is what I read here.
Yeah, $62 million.
The dead money, for those of us that don't know, and I was going to ask you what dead money is, that is money against your cap that really isn't tied to any player. Is that right?
Yeah, and that money right now is Dante Fowler, it's Julio Jones, and it's Matt Ryan.
$62 million that's on their cap space of dead money that doesn't have a player assigned to it. That's, to me, that is horrible front office management.
It is terrible. It's mismanagement, and you would rather have those players in Matt Ryan, Julio Jones, and Dante Fowler.
Yeah,
it makes no sense to me. The general manager should be fired.
Well, it might get to that point, and this is a situation. If you're Arthur Smith, you can only do so much. Now, I'm sure he did have conversations behind the scenes. Hey, I can work with Marcus Mariota. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but Mariota's your starter. I mean, from 7-10 last year, I don't know, 5 wins? I don't know.
They did fire Thomas Dimitroff, though. That is the guy that was responsible for all of this.
So he's the one that screwed it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and I can't even remember who their new GM is, but he's the guy trying to clean this up right now. It's not on him.
But sometimes you clean it up by dumping a Matt Ryan. You take this dead money hit this year.
Yeah, you just take a hit for the future.
You
right.
Just
you get the first round draft
though,
pick.
To bring in Mariota and give up Matt Ryan, which was one of the fan favorites. I know Matt Ryan's best days are way behind him. But you look at Indianapolis, I mean, their Super Bowl odds to win it went from 30-1 to 25-1.
But I saw that. Was that a big jump, though?
I mean, it's still a jump. So, I mean, you still think there's an upgrade over maybe what you had with Carson Wentz. And I saw yesterday, there's a poll question out there, who's got a better chance of winning the AFC South now that Matt Ryan is with the Indianapolis Colts? And I know the Titans are a slight favorite. And I saw another poll question. Would you rather have Ryan Tannehill or Matt Ryan?
Matt Ryan's a better quarterback. Or historically has
Historically,
been.
no doubt.
Not right now,
right
maybe.
Now, I don't know.
Well, I saw him in person in the Bucs game this year in Atlanta. And, he's really, a smart guy, but he makes some dumb decisions throwing the football sometimes. I don't know if you're just trying to exceed a limited roster, not great receivers.
Thanks to the chat room. Terry Fontenot is the GM. That's the guy that's trying to clean this up right now. And the chat room also makes the point that you may be, because of what we're talking about, Mariota might be all you can afford.
Right.
You're shopping in the discount bin.
But if you're doing a total rebuild, do you not get rid of Deebo Samuels at this point? Is he?
No, San Francisco.
San Francisco.
Okay,
You'd like to be able to get rid of him.
No, it's just Patterson. It's Patterson,
Cordarrelle
right?
Patterson.
He's gone, too.
He's gone.
He's already gone. Okay, good.
You've been a good GM for them so far. You've tried to cut a player that plays for San Francisco.
I think anybody in this league would love to have Deebo, by the way.
Yeah. No, it was Patterson I was thinking about.
Yeah, Cordarrelle Patterson.
He's not back. He's not back.
No,
with
I mean,
anymore.
I guess
that's who I was feeling bad on the plane when I saw Matt Ryan happen. I was like,
well, you should feel bad for Kyle Pitts.
Well, I felt bad for Patterson. Kyle Pitts, another good guy.
That's who Mariota's throwing to, I guess, is Kyle Pitts. Is Zacchaeus still with him? He's still with them. I mean, Calvin Ridley's suspended.
Yeah, I think Patterson is technically with them, but Patterson's on the move. From
what a mess.
Oh, it's a mess.
Hey, good news is if our teams play in Atlanta this year, the tickets will be cheap.
That is true.
Yeah, the Bucs play there every year.
Yeah, you need to go watch them.
Yeah, won't have to spend
It's a great stadium.
Won't have to spend $110 to watch Brady play this year. I'll probably get it for half that this season. All right, we're rolling along Rockstar's viewing menu. Our next guest is not until Jay Bilas, who joins us at 12 noon to talk about what turned out to be an SEC disaster in the NCAA tournament, surprising to a lot of people. Jay will talk about the brackets and everything that is happening when we get to the Sweet 16 on Thursday. That's coming up at 12 noon. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. When we come back, we'll jump into a little spring football, Alabama and Auburn, Browning.
Yeah, the 10 is up, and that means 50% off and more at Nichols Outfitters. That goes through April 1st, so you got a few more days to check it out. Archery, bows and arrows, select firearms, boots and shoes, knives and sunglasses, brands like Cool, Badlands, Columbia, Drake, and more. More than 50% off under the Big 10 for the big sale. The good stuff won't last long, so make sure you get to Nichols Outfitters. I-65 in Pelham.
On Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
This is for the men who never settle. The ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick. The type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera. and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The racing, the big one, the camping. It's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Okay, Birmingham, the USFL is here. Are you ready to become the pro football capital of America? Because on Saturday, April 16th, the only place to be is at Protective Stadium for this once-in-a-lifetime game. When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Jersey Generals. Tickets are just $10 and kids get in free. Come watch history in the making. What a game! Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan-Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
For you college baseball fans, Baseball America's new rankings out yesterday. Ole Miss is number 1 in the country. Vandy 5, Arkansas 6, Tennessee 7, Florida 9, and Georgia 17. The SEC teams. Ole Miss is, just came off a series win over Auburn, and that jumped them up to number 1 in the country. Kenny Pickett at his pro day yesterday, LT. Really, whoever's working with him, they should get into a different line of work. I don't know how you make your hand grow an inch, but
you think people would pay for certain parts if you could get them stretched out?
I was about to say there's a market for making things grow.
Lance one time told there is this market. Lance one time, our intern Garrison Brooks Garrison goes 6'9"?
6'9".
Garrison, who finished his career at Mississippi State, but at the time he was our intern, he was playing for North Carolina. And Lance told him once, if I can sell you 2 of my inches, height-wise, you could play in the NBA.
I'd sell him 2 inches anywhere.
We started debating. No. We started debating.
You'll give 2, take 2. Give 2, take 2.
We started debating what Lance would sell.
Neapolitan ice cream.
What Lance would sell that 2 inches for. I can't remember the number.
So you look at Garrison. Garrison at 6'11" is so athletic. He would play in the NBA. He'd be one of these mid guys that probably averages 12 to 15 points, but he probably would get $6 to $7 million. I mean, right now, I would give him 2 inches I'd give it to him for $3 million.
$3 million. So you're 6'3"?
You wouldn't go a percentage of his career earnings?
I'll take $3 million and I'll be happy.
I'll do 250,000.
So you're
Done.
What are you, Rockstar?
Really?
You're 6 foot.
I'm 5'10" and a half.
5'10" and a half. Yeah, you don't care, do you?
No, but I can still
for $3 million, I'd give him 2 inches and we'd be doing the show like this.
I'd still be a little over 6 feet.
Yeah, you'd be 6 foot and a half.
And I'd be in a pretty good spot with $3 million.
$3 million. You kidding me? I'd do it in a heartbeat. I'm almost 6'2". I'd go down to 6 foot.
Borderline 6'2".
Borderline. I'd give him those 2 inches.
But you know how many athletes would pay for those inches?
Oh yes.
A ton.
Yes.
Now, we had a coworker that once told Lance, if I had your height, I'd be in the NFL right now, not working here.
That's the only thing holding me back.
Yeah.
Was that Big D?
Jim, that's who that was. Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
I didn't remember that. He told you that?
He did.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know if he had that hands. I mean, he had small hands.
Never saw him play. Kenny Pickett used to have small hands. He grew his. I measured mine randomly. My daughter was working, her math assignment involved a ruler, and she had a ruler out, and we'd just done the Kenny Pickett thing, so I measured mine.
We did this at Jocks.
We did, but I forgot what size mine were, and they were 9, I think, because you do it like this, right? You do thumb to pinky, don't you?
Thumb to pinky, yep.
Thumb to pinky. I think I was 9 3/4, which is about, I think, fairly normal for an NFL quarterback.
And you spread your hand out like this.
Yeah, you just spread your hand thumb to pinky.
Well, he got an extra 1/8 of an inch, which doesn't seem like a lot. So he got 8 5/8 yesterday is what he measured.
He's 8 1/2, so no, he's 8 5/8. By the time the draft's here, he'll be 9 full inches.
Still the smallest in the league, though, by a lot.
Guess who's the smallest?
I saw.
Taysom Hill.
Yeah.
The guy that's got pictures on Sean Payton.
Well,
I am convinced Mickey Loomis, the Bentley family, whoever it is.
They have to be small pictures because his hands couldn't hold a bigger picture.
Benson family.
Kevin points out, we know Rockstar's threshold is low. Yesterday he agreed to play in the bedroom of husband and wife making love for $1,000.
I'm saying, if Garrison was here, like Lance is $3 million, I'll do it for $250,000.
Yeah, hey, Rockstar is shooting low. He's got a kid on the way, but you missed this. Historian Trash on the table yesterday, and it was one of these shower thoughts. You know, there was probably a day when royalty paid to have musicians in their bedroom playing while they had sex.
Yeah.
And so I asked Rocky, what's that number? And he said if he could turn like face corner, he'd do it for $1,000.
If he could play backwards, play with his back to the action.
Yeah. Now, how much to play towards them, though?
He pays them at that point.
Yeah, that's called Thursday night. I'll go to $5,000.
By the way, in a little bit of that vein, the new trailer for the new Nick Cage movie, I cannot be more. I've watched the trailer 3 times now. I cannot be more excited about a film since Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Once Upon a Time in
The
Hollywood.
Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent.
Have you seen the trailer?
It does look very funny.
Can we play the trailer?
We cannot. I wish we could.
God, it's so good.
Rockstar, do you own one of those eyes wide shut masks that you would have to wear while you play?
I don't own it, no.
Could you play blindfolded, though? You don't have to look to play, do you?
Yeah, I can play blindfolded. But I'm saying, like, if I'm facing
Ronnie Millsaps does. Jeff Healy, too. That was who I got confused with. Jeff Healy's the one that's dead.
No, he is dead.
Would you start off with John Mayer, Your Body's a Wonderland, or work up to that?
Let's get it on, man. Marvin Gaye.
He said he was going to play the crying game.
Yeah. I know all there is to know.
Take it easy. What about Seven Nation Army? Would you do that one?
I've never heard this. Yeah. I do Sandstorm.
We're at a Penn State game.
They're down for what?
All right, Rockstar's Viewing Menu is brought to you by our friends at New Life Art Today. Tell us about New Life.
Again, bringing in those memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. For more information, danielmooreart.com or call 800-735-2787.
I mean, we got enough freaks in our audience. I am not going to be surprised.
No, somebody will offer it.
If somebody doesn't offer this to you, Rockstar.
I will take it. I'll do it.
This will be a new bar for us, right?
I mean, there's some husband out there that's like, my anniversary's coming up. I've got to find something that's unique. I mean,
we got to have film. Scott, you up for it? We got to have proof that we did it.
Imagine if Rockstar could actually play for him. Nick Saban sits in a chair and breaks down the action. What would that go for?
7 p.m. on HBO tonight, you got the Many Saints of Newark. I had no interest in it. I think, Lance, you said you saw it and you didn't like it.
You know, it's funny. I've talked to a couple of like Sopranos junkies, and they actually liked it. I thought it was really, really cheesy, over the top, bad, not well done.
Then 7 p.m. on Fox, you got the iHeartRadio Music Awards hosted by
Ryan Seacrest.
LL Cool J.
Great guess by you, though. Ryan Seacrest does everything.
By the way, we watched, been at my parents' house for the past month. They watched the American Song Contest.
What are you laughing at?
It happens.
What he said, I've been at my parents' house for the past
So
month.
why was it? Because I watched something that we talked about yesterday.
It's
you watch what, though?
The American Song Contest with Kelly Clarkson and Snoop Dogg. Where it's this new talent contest where each state is represented. So a member from each state, I think they do like several states on one episode, then one person makes it to the quarterfinal or the semifinals. So they're going to do 4 sections. So Alabama was not mentioned last night. It was like random states. They did like Minnesota, then Mississippi, then Puerto Rico. But it's just they have a massive stage, and the crowd, the mix is so bad. It's like pumped-in crowd noise whenever somebody comes in, and the stage is just so elaborate. It's just over the top. I was not a fan of that. And then Netflix for Dunaway tonight, a new documentary. The Principles of Pleasure.
Oh, okay.
Sex, joy, and modern science converge in this eye-opening series that celebrates the complex world of women's pleasure and puts old-fashioned myths to rest.
Oh, perfect night for me because Maggie's out of town. I got nothing to watch.
So I watched Coda last night.
Coda? Oh, yeah. Children of Deaf Adults.
Best film I've seen this year.
Really?
Yeah, I would have gone Power of the Dog, but I thought Coda was outstanding.
So we covered yesterday that the numbers are dropping in Vegas for it to win Picture of the Year. So you could go with that, huh?
Yeah, it worked out perfectly. About 8 o'clock last night, threw it on, and it was really, really good. And it's one of those you'll work up a couple of tears.
And what's crazy is that's Apple Plus, correct?
Yeah, it's on Apple.
What's crazy is several years ago the Oscars did not even recognize Netflix because people were so pissed off that you're not even nominated a Netflix series or a movie to be best movie, and now finally all these movies are being
the old pandemic had to force them to do it. Yeah,
it did, and that's this Sunday. I'm so excited about it.
Yeah, I bet.
No, but I highly recommend. I mean, for families, everybody. It's PG-13. I mean, there's some parts in there that get a little tricky, but I mean, if you've got a teenager, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But I mean, the movie, it's all about family. It's all about chance, opportunity. But if you've got a daughter, boy, it'll tug at you.
Paul
really
said, told you LT, Coda is a good movie there. Appreciate that in the Farmfolio chat room, and appreciate Rockstar what he's watching tonight. Deadwood here, Milkman 256. Cordell just re-signed a 2-year deal with the Falcons, he says. Wants to be there.
Well, he would have done that knowing that Matt Ryan's on his way out. He probably also did it thinking Deshaun Watson was on his way in, and now he's going to be catching for Marcus Mariota. So I hate that for Patterson.
Royal Payne says a good opportunity for Atlanta to tank for Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud for one season and go with a franchise quarterback on the other side now.
May not have to tank much. I mean, it may take care of itself with the type of roster they're about to have to roll out there.
That's what they end up doing, stripping down and building. Let's hit the phone lines now. It's the JohnstonRVCenter.com phone line, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. Brown, pretend I'm from Vegas or just back from Vegas 5 days and I don't have my phone screen up. Tell me who's on the line.
That's going to be V in Birmingham. Jim Dunaway is the first up here. What is up, V? How are you?
I'm doing good, guys. First off, love the show.
Thank you.
I try to say it every single time I call. Y'all are awesome. So, and then Marty, he can talk about anything. That guy is just, he can music, sports, anything. Every time y'all have him on, he's awesome.
Yeah, V, I don't think I
love listening to
I don't think we mentioned sports.
We did not. And honest to goodness, those are my favorite Marty interviews. Now, Marty's a friend of ours. We love him dearly, and he knows sports and is really good with it. But I would prefer to have Marty on here and talk anything but sports.
Yeah, he's a music guy. He can talk about anything. It doesn't even matter what he's talking about. Most of it's really interesting. He's always got a story from something. He's great. I love it when y'all have him on. Y'all were talking about Deshaun a minute ago, and I'm sorry, where there's smoke, there's fire. If it's one woman, maybe If it's 22, there's smoke. And this is what has drove me away from the NFL more than anything. You're going to suspend him for 5 or 6 games, and we don't know yet what they're going to get suspended for, but I'm sure it won't be much. Ray Rice cold-cocks his wife or girlfriend, fiance, whatever, for 4 games. And then Amari Cooper gets suspended for the whole year for $1,500 bad.
Calvin Ridley.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry.
And to be fair, Ray Rice never played again.
He didn't. I mean, that ended his career. But I would say this, that Deshaun Watson is going to get suspended for something that a grand jury didn't even hand down charges for.
That's right. No criminal charges.
I'm so torn on this thing because
I don't know.
I'm kind of with you. I mean, there's that many out there. That's what's weird to me, but it was cleared.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to be any criminal charges, which... I mean, does the NFL have a higher standard than the legal system?
Well, they did on Zeke Elliott.
They did,
and they suspended him about 6 games. But I will tell you, B, remember, and listen, I'm obviously not defending anything Deshaun Watson did, and he did get paid all of last year, but he hadn't played in a long, long time.
Correct.
The Texans did what a lot of people say is the right thing. They said, we're not going to play him until this is cleared up. And no NFL person made them do that. Maybe the NFL would have suspended him for a year or indefinite suspension. He hasn't played in forever with those accusations out there, and I think he settled 18 of them. No criminal charges are coming. The grand jury didn't have enough evidence to indict there. So at some point, if the criminal justice system doesn't do it, then the NFL hands are tied at that point. And I do think the commissioner will step in and suspend him at least 6 games.
And I think he'll get some kind of I've never been a fan of any one particular team. When I was younger, I was a Buffalo Bills fan because of Jim Kelly, Thurman, and all those guys. Now I pretty much just root for local hometown guys, or they played at Alabama and stuff like that.
Well, root for me and come join the Buccaneer family. Root for me. Join the Buccaneer family.
I like Tom and I like a couple of the guys, but it's what's drove me away further and further from the NFL during the regular season. And I can't help but watch during the playoffs because I love sports. But it's like everything else. It's just driving me away with all their small stuff and just the little things that they do because I'm just getting further and further away from it. I mean, I love college sports, but pro sports are just to the point where they're just pushing me further and further away because all the stupid stuff that they do to go with it. And you suspend Calvin for a whole year, and I mean, it's just they have no consistency in what they do. There's the Dallas guy that had the coke on him 4 games and this a whole season, and this one 6 games for allegations of 22 women, and I know who's cleared, but I mean, it just keeps pushing me further and further away. But I appreciate y'all taking my call.
But don't read the headlines too big in college football because it's just a cross section of the population.
Well, there's no overall ruling body when it comes to suspensions in college. Right. Each school gets to do it their way.
But there's a lot of problems that go on in college. At teams we even cheer for sometimes. All right. We roll on here. Part of the conversation continues on the other side. We'll get to that Alabama and Auburn spring as they both cranked back up yesterday. And a little quarterback battle underway down at Auburn. We'll hear from the OC down at Auburn when we come back. The show being brought to you by Dr. B, LT's Hair. That salad looking good today, my man.
Salad. Ride the motorcycle with your helmet off now.
Unfortunately, the older we get, things start to fall out. I noticed a little hair loss over the last year. Asked around, everyone said call Dr. Beckenstein. He is the best. Dr. B, by the way, like the many Saints of Newark.
Oh, yeah?
He's
a big Sopranos
fan. Yeah, he's actually got one of Tony's shirts in his office framed. But Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration right here in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. Went in just a few weeks ago for that consultation with Dr. B. Blown away with all of the options he's got available, even did genetic testing, determining right now the best treatment for me. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He uses that experience in his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. Tell him the next round sent you. You can also go online for more information at t3hair.net.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. I've lost 22 pounds in just 8 weeks. I weigh less than I did back in college. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Back with you on the Next Round, LTD&B with you. Later on, we'll do the lock of the day, a couple of NIT games tonight. A lot of basketball going on in the area, too. We got the women's Final Four happening tomorrow, and then the national championship game later on this week going on here in Birmingham. My college buddy, I don't know if I've ever mentioned Buffy Burson on the air. She's a legendary coach at North Georgia. Her team's in the Final Four. She's in town this week. So I get to go watch little women's basketball tomorrow night and see North Georgia try to get to the I don't know if I should go to the game or not because they are in the national semifinals, and I've never seen her coach.
Yeah, I think Buffy'd probably rather you sit this one out.
We'll watch it on TV or stream.
It's fine. She'll text you, let you know.
Go to a practice maybe before. Anyway, a lot later on, Hemp Hill Services, though, bringing you this part of the show right now, the great folks at Hemp Hill.
Yeah, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to have Hemp Hill on speed dial 205-229-2090. Hemp Hill, the first guys that I call, Adam, Chad, and Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
All right, when you talk about a quarterback battle, there is no camp more interesting than the Auburn Tigers right now with new coordinators and everything. Eric Keesaw is the offensive coordinator down at Auburn. He's talking about that quarterback competition, and I'll get these guys' reaction to these comments right here.
Yeah, you don't really put a time limit on it. I know that's kind of a generic answer, but you really don't. And I will say that all these quarterbacks are getting evaluated on everything they're doing. It's not just what you see in a team session. It's going to be team sessions. It's going to be 7-on-7 session. It's in one-on-ones. It's everything they're doing because we need the maximum amount of information to make a great decision when it comes to time to pick the starter. So I'm excited about it. I know sometimes I was like, oh man, you got so many guys. Well, that's a good thing because if let's just say you got 3 really good ones. Well, if they're all, at the end of the day, they're all competing against each other. Well, that guy is going, whew, that guy behind me is pretty good. I better stay sharp, stay on my game, get completions. So it's going to kind of help everybody out in that room because I do believe competition brings out the best at any position, but it'll be more evident at the quarterback position.
Did Bo Nix take the microphone with him to Eugene, Oregon?
Well, I mean, I would say at least publicly, he's not handing this job to T.J. Finley, the incumbent.
He is not, but every report I see so far, Brown, is that Finley is the most impressive in the camp.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's what people are saying right now.
Look, Tom
That's
Green.
bad news.
Tom Green, AL.com. From the untrained eye, it looks like Finley continues to be the most impressive in the drills.
Taking the majority of the reps, which I guess wasn't surprising early on. But if T.J. Finley's your starting quarterback.
I said this earlier when Auburn opens the season against Akron. If T.J. Finley is QB1, I think Auburn fans are going to be on the edge. If you've done all this in the offseason, Bo Nix is transferred, you go get the best you could find is Zach Calzada in the transfer portal, and T.J. Finley still starting. I think Auburn fans are going to look at their schedule next year and are going to shiver with the idea of T.J. Finley starting quarterbacking.
Robbie Ashford, the former Hoover player, is getting rave reviews. Oregon transfer, sort of the Robbie Ashford for Bo Nix trade in college football, is apparently having a good camp. Through 5 practices so far as well. When he came back to the state from Oregon, I didn't think he'd even factor in at all. Wow. And he's getting an early run there. So Auburn is down through 5 practices. Alabama back at it yesterday. They are through 2 practices now, working up to the A-Day games coming up both down at Auburn and at Alabama. One thing that Brown touched on that I want to get into now is Nico Imalieva. Is that close?
That's how I said it.
Yeah, Imalieva, who's the Tennessee commitment. What you didn't bring up, though, was the fact that his NIL deal can start in high school now. He signs, and he can now start making money from this Tennessee collective by California state laws. In Alabama and Texas, it's different. You can't benefit in high school from NIL, but in California you can. He's got a collective with Tennessee. People are calling this a earth-shattering NIL deal that this kid has to commit to Tennessee and come to play. And apparently there's wording in his deal with the collective that prevents him from decommitting from Tennessee. So these guys at Tennessee don't even have to recruit him anymore.
Boy, that's incredible. We're now to the point where high school kids are making more than, 40-year-olds out there.
Oh, easily.
Yeah.
Easily.
I mean, good for them. Again, I don't know how this works out because it doesn't necessarily translate to success on the field. Blake Barnett was the guy we brought up. JT Daniels.
That's right.
I mean, these guys, you pay them millions and millions of dollars, they come in and they don't win for you.
So just to strip this down and explain it to those that might not understand what you mean by collective, there are certain states where high school athletes can have NIL deals. It'll be 50 states at some point, but it's not right now. If you play in that state and you commit to any school, really,
right,
their NIL collective it's not part of the school.
That's right.
It's not under the umbrella of the school.
Yeah, apparently
so they can sign an NIL deal with you all they want.
Yeah, apparently the coaches have nothing to do with the collective. Now we all know that
the coach has to tell you who you want.
Yeah, these guys in Knoxville the collective didn't go and pick this kid just because he's a 5-star on the 24/7 composite and say, hey, Josh Heupel, here's your quarterback.
Not because of the way he reads a commercial.
Yeah.
Right. This is because they want him to play at Tennessee. But this is legal now. This is not illegal.
That's
what
right.
they're doing here.
So he's got this deal, and apparently in the fine print is that, when you've signed the dotted line, we start paying you. You don't decommit. You're going to Tennessee. It's basically a multi-year contract for this high school kid who's a 5-star composite 24/7 number 4 quarterback, top 24 ESPN 300 prospect. He's a legit kid.
But what's the penalty if he does? If he decommits and he says, you know what, I thought this through. Nick Saban's got it kicking at Alabama. They didn't get Arch Manning. I'm going to go there.
I assume it's a binding contract.
Got to pay your money back.
And what stops that?
Good luck with that.
Well, yeah, but what stops another school, say Alabama, from saying, "Hey, we get it that you're in there. We'll make it right. Our deal's $10 million, and there's your $2 million. You got to pay them back."
Yeah, our Alabama collective we'll use is going to pay off your Tennessee debt.
Your Tennessee debt to get you. Yeah, I mean,
it can happen.
Yeah,
I guess
there's nothing that's going to stop that. So to think that this is going to be binding and he 100% is going to sign with Tennessee, he probably will. But I'm just saying, I don't think that's going to stop anybody. This is recruiting we're talking about.
Yeah, but see, to me, if I'm Josh Heupel and that coaching staff, I do like this. If I don't have to worry about recruiting him anymore, because I mean we're years away, months away from his signing day. I don't have to worry about it anymore. That's great. I can worry about the other 24 recruits. I don't have to recruit this kid anymore.
I guess this is the way you got to play the game, man. But return on investment. I mean, I would almost bet this kid never wins a bowl game.
More so than he's an All-American and wins a national championship. Sure, that's the odds.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost even bigger odds of getting this right than drafting a first-round draft pick in the NFL.
At least you've seen him at a really high level and be that competitive.
Yeah, it's all very interesting to see what's happening with the NIL. More college football, including a changing uniform, logo, all of it in the SEC. That's coming up. That's developing news, and part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Craneworks. Really enjoyed. I was part of my enjoyment waiting on my flight, seeing you and Wimp try to guess that part at Craneworks.
How chipper was Wimp in the video, though? I mean, Wimp was in a good mood.
He was.
Hey, you saw some of the DIY equipment they have there, like that pressure washer with the big disc, the sod cutter, just stuff you don't have in the garage, but you need it on occasion. RentalWorks at Craneworks can help you out. Go see everything at craneworks.com. Craneworks.com. Just like Craneworks, RentalWorks has their own spot right there under the big dog just off Red Mountain Expressway. See more at craneworks.com.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
A number of years ago, I could not tell you how much a good night's sleep helps your performance. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round, because I wasn't getting a great night's sleep. I am now, and it's thanks to the expert outfitters at Sleep Outfitters. Find a Sleep Outfitters nearest you and do what my wife and I did. Go into the store, answer a few simple questions, and in mere moments, they've got you laying on a bed, finding the best one for you. For us, it was the Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress, and we absolutely love it. It could not have been easier. And right now, when you head into Sleep Outfitters, you can take advantage of the Spring Super Sale. Get any size Sealy for the twin size price on all Sealy Outfitters and Posturepedic spring mattresses. Full queens and even kings start at $299 with 0 interest for up to 6 months on approved credit. Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster mattresses start at just $25 a month. Get incredible free gifts with qualifying purchases valued up to $300, and get free delivery and setup with any purchase $599 and up. That's right now in the Spring Super Sale at Sleep Outfitters. Find a Sleep Outfitters near you when you visit sleepoutfitters.com. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Weather Aware Day later on. If you're listening to us anywhere in the Southeast, our thoughts to our listeners and viewers out in Texas and Louisiana after just a devastating day of storms. Second half of the show now. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, and now Lunsford running the board for this segment. Thanks for being with us. We're 158 days away from week 0 of the college football season. We will get to our 3 and out in just a second. But first, our headlines being brought to you by the great folks at Champy's, world-famous fried chicken. This hour of the show always brought to you by Champy's. There were several times when I was in Vegas. I wish Sterling had a Champy's right there on the strip in Vegas. I would have eaten that time and time again, especially at 2:30 in the morning, Sterling. I miss those Champy's chicken fingers, which are about this size. If you go down there and get the Champy's chicken fingers, they are huge. that he cuts up down there. Great white meat chicken there. The Champy's chicken breast, dark meat, southern fried sides, and all the great Mississippi Delta recipe tamale. Check it out online at champyschicken.com. In the headlines, a trio of Alabama basketball players are now reportedly in the portal. That included Alex Chiku, who was well thought of when he came in, Brown, right?
Yeah,
He was big
4-star.
recruit.
I think it was 4-star, yeah.
Had some injury problems, never really got it worked out. And we saw with, Shackelford last year that he left and came back. So, these guys always have the option to come back. But there is a feeling that maybe this is Nate Oates sort of shuffling the deck here and sort of rearranging the roster for more people that he'll bring in.
I mean, two things. If you were healthy and didn't get a lot of playing time this year, Nate Oates was looking for anything. So if you didn't play this year, you're probably not going to play much. And in that vein, I think if you weren't playing this year, you're probably dead weight on the roster. Now, I'm not saying that about Chiku. I mean, he may go and kill it somewhere else, but it wasn't working in Tuscaloosa, obviously. If you weren't on the floor this year, I don't know when you're going to get on the floor.
And I think that was surprising to a lot, just based on the hype of that kid coming in.
No doubt.
Yeah, I would agree with that. We just talked a little spring football, but on the basketball circuit, the SEC replacing a lot of coaches, including South Carolina going with Lamont Paris from Chattanooga, 5-year deal for him there. LSU going with Murray State's Matt McMahon, a multi-year deal there that can change if there's some major NCAA sanctions. And Talladega College, playing tonight for the NAIA National Championship against Loyola, Louisiana, 7 o'clock tonight. Edwin Lewis with a big game in overtime, that 1-point win over Thomas More yesterday. So a chance for Talladega to bring home a basketball national championship tonight, 7 o'clock. And those are your headlines. Let's get into our 3 and Out today. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, again, 4 great locations. Anything you need bumper to bumper, these guys can handle. Locally owned and operated, from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Stop into one of those 4 locations or online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Who would you consider the possible biggest loser in the NFL free agency right now? Baker Mayfield or Tua Tagovailoa, with Teddy Bridgewater now in Miami sort of offering competition there for Tua? Is it Baker in the Deshaun situation, or at a new place, or Tua?
It's Baker. I still think Mike McDaniels figures, hey, look, I've got a good quality. They got a good price tag on Teddy to come in, a guy that's got a lot of experience. But Tua is going to be your starting quarterback. Baker's not going to be your starting quarterback. Deshaun Watson is an elite quarterback.
But what if Baker ends up with a different team? Is he actually in a better situation at that point? Now, I think he thought he was going to go to the Colts.
He's in that final year of that deal, so it depends on how Baker plays.
I mean, give me the team, and I'll tell you if he's in a better situation.
Like I threw out Seattle yesterday.
Right. That roster seems to be changing.
It's changing roster, tough division. San Francisco is not backing up. I don't think your Rams are not backing up. I don't think.
To me, his best options, now that Jameis has re-signed with New Orleans, his best option is probably Seattle, of teams that need a quarterback.
I mean, that's not a terrible option historically, but are they going to be that much better than the Browns this year?
But, if he stays in Cleveland and Deshaun is cleared of everything, and the NFL, let's just say they spin it for 4 games.
Boy, that is going to be a miserable existence. He's going to make good money, but knowing the fans don't want me on the field here, I got to start these 4 games, and it does not matter if I slay it. I could be leading the league in passing, no interceptions, 20 touchdowns. The minute Deshaun Watson's cleared, I'm losing my job. I mean, there's no way to keep that job. I mean, that has got to be a miserable existence.
Well, if he's got those numbers, I don't know.
I don't know. Deshaun Watson?
You're paying Deshaun for a reason.
Right.
The 1 year is only $1 million. Kerry says Carolina, who thought they were going to get Deshaun Watson for Baker.
I mean, who's got the better roster right now, Seattle or Carolina?
I mean,
especially if it's true McCaffrey's on the trading blocks.
Yeah. I'll make the point with Baker in Cleveland and Russell in Seattle. Cleveland had the better record. So I'm not so certain Seattle's
Cleveland's
a better spot.
got the better roster.
Yeah, I'm not certain Seattle's. I don't know that he could go to a better spot.
Second down.
You mentioned Jameis Winston, 2-year deal with the Saints. Who wins more games next year, Jameis Winston or Carson Wentz with the Commanders?
I'll go Carson Wentz. Ron Rivera, I've got more confidence in him than Dennis Allen as a head coach. And, the Commanders, I mean, they seem like they're in every game. Didn't have a good year this year, but they were in the postseason just 2 years ago. I'll go Wentz.
I mean, you look at that division, though. The Falcons are going to back up. Panthers still don't have a quarterback. They're going to not be great until they can find a quarterback.
Buccaneers
Tampa's going to be good.
Win the Super Bowl again.
All right, they're gonna unseat the Rams. What was it? You weren't in here. Dunaway, I was just randomly talking about, was Fournette has re-signed today. And Dunaway's talking about how they're keeping everybody. And
but you were losing everybody.
Well, they were. They were until Brady came back. And they're like, whoa.
Now we're keeping everybody, Rockstar.
Dunaway even told me a lot of them are playing for less now just to play with Brady again. And Lance walked in, and Dunaway said something about keeping that roster to challenge the Rams. LT, all he said was, good luck with that.
Yes. Godspeed, my child.
Yeah.
Let's do third down.
Third down.
Phil Mickelson making the announcement he is not at the Masters next month. First time since 1994 he'll miss. Usually pretty good there. He won at a very old age. Does he ever finish in the top 10 again at the Masters?
At Augusta, yeah.
Oh, you think so?
I think he can, yeah. I mean, Mickelson plays that course well. I mean, Mickelson, let's not forget, he won a major last year. It's not as if this guy is on the trash heap. And you ask Clay, what it means for Mickelson going forward. Because of that PGA Championship win, he's already lifetime in the Masters. He's lifetime in the PGA already. But that resets his clock with the British Open and the U.S. Open. So he's going to be in the majors for 5 years now, and some of them lifetime.
He's 51 years old, and as you said, he won one last year. So I would say, definitely.
Yeah, I think he could be a top 10.
Especially at that place, right?
Yeah, plays that course well. He's obviously got the knowledge. He's won there 3 times. I mean, it's a little bit like what Tiger is there. That he's always going to play it well, I would think. So, I would say he could finish at the top 10 again.
So, do you think Tiger ever finishes top 10 again at Augusta?
Yeah, I could see that. Now,
I would feel better about Phil than Tiger.
I would too. I mean, Phil is in better health than Tiger is.
And Tiger's not playing.
He is not playing.
Okay, this year. There. Okay, one more.
Fourth down.
Birthdays today for Reese Witherspoon, who's 46. Dave Portnoy of Barstool, who's...
Portnoy.
What am I saying?
Portnoy.
Portnoy, who's 45.
I hope you're not going to ask this question.
This point forward, whose career would you want?
Well, what was my first choice? I got lost in Portnoy.
Reese Witherspoon or Portnoy?
Well, look, I mean, both are going to be able. I mean, they're both multi-millionaires, so the money doesn't. But I mean, Reese Witherspoon is.
But what you going to make? You got zero money now. What you going to make moving forward?
I mean, what could Reese get for a film right now?
She's producing a lot.
Yeah, she's producing a ton, but she probably can get in the 20 to 30 million a film.
So one film, she can make what Portnoy makes in a year.
I mean, she's still. I mean, I know it's not 36, but 46 now. In her shape and her career, she still gets pretty top dollar.
And she is considered a good actress. A lot of these actresses, your Jessica Albas, when you're doing, Deep Water or whatever it is, once the looks kind of dwindle a little bit, they're done. Reese Witherspoon can actually act.
Into the blue.
Into the blue. Yeah, whatever the hell it was.
So what do you think?
She did look good in that bikini. But Reese has got a long career in front of her, like a Meryl Streep-like career.
Well, she's also, the reason she became a producer and everything is because she could put her in those roles because she wasn't getting cast anymore because she's considered aged out.
Does she have a producer credit on Morning Show?
Yeah.
Does she? Okay, so she's making good money on that one. Because I was going to ask what she's making per episode, her and Jennifer Aniston, you think. Are they $1 million per episode on something like that?
Oh, I don't know, because that's a lot of heavy hitters with Steve Carell.
Yeah, but they've killed Carell.
I saw that Aniston and her are both producers.
Well, that first season, I'm curious what they made the first season compared to the second season. Because the first season, they didn't know how it was going to blow up. It was going to be one of the favorite shows.
But, I mean, keep in mind, that's Apple money. So that's a ton of money they've got behind that
and
show.
what you got to look with the Portnoy situation, he'll end up just selling sooner or later. I guess they already did sell.
Yeah, they already did to Penn National.
Yeah.
And does it not seem that every 2 months he has a sex scandal?
Oh, he does. Yes, absolutely does.
So let me ask you though.
So Reese doesn't.
But I don't know how you can have a sex.
Would you play in his bedroom?
Isn't it hard to have a sex scandal if you're single and rich?
I don't know. It just seems like every time I look at the news, it's like Portnoy's debating another allegation that's false. I'm like, oh my God, it's like the fifth one.
One after the other. He does not cave to any of them. No. He fights every one of them.
I do give him credit for that.
Yeah.
A talented list of birthdays today. Reese Witherspoon, 46. Dave is 45. J.J. Watt, 33. Keegan Michael Key, who I find humorous,
he's very talented,
51. William Shatner, 91. Andrew Lloyd Webber, who was composer for everything, right?
Yeah, a lot of stuff.
74. And Matthew Modine, 63. That's a big list today.
Vision Quest.
Yeah. Thompson
was Stranger Things.
Stranger Things. Do you like Pacific Heights or Vision Quest better? Probably Pacific Heights because Michael Keaton was in it.
Michael Keaton was in it.
And the band played on.
I never saw that. That was the HBO original about age, right?
Yeah, he was in that.
Hard to believe Shatner is in 91. He still looks, I know he wears a toque, and they do a lot of makeup in those commercials, but he still looks good for 91.
Oh, I'll tell you, he looks rough as Joe Piscopo. Have you seen him in his commercial?
No, I've not.
Oh, my.
Matthew Modine, was he also, God, this is going to be one of those bad movies that I liked, where he's a medical student, and I think it ends up being a romance at the end, but a female student, and they end up going to a hotel room to study for finals or whatever,
As
and then
one does.
they end up falling in love and having sex while they're doing their
Yeah, because
finals.
everybody goes to study for finals at a hotel.
Yes, very believable.
You had to get away-
Motel 6.
You had to get away from the crowd because everyone was partying, but they had to
Can't go to a Starbucks.
They had to pass the final. Boy, if I've got this down right, this is going to be one of my favorite ones. of all
Full
time.
Metal Jacket as Joker. He was really good in that.
He was
All
in
right.
The Dark Knight as well.
So Rockstar is looking for...
It's going to be something bodies, maybe.
It's going to be the 80s.
Student bodies?
Maybe. Did you
Well,
see?
no, it just makes sense that if they're...
Scott's saying Gross Anatomy?
Gross Anatomy. See if Gross Anatomy's in there.
Yeah, he was in Gross Anatomy.
You've seen it, Lance?
I didn't see
There
it.
it is, Gross Anatomy. Joe Slovak in Gross Anatomy. See if it's got a little love interest. Yep,
Well,
that's it.
of course it
That
does.
is it.
Who's the girl?
I don't know, but
Oh,
what
that's she's been on the show, but Daphne Zuniga.
Yeah, she was in Melrose Place.
Melrose Place.
She was Princess
Fly
Baseball.
too.
Baseball.
Hey, scroll down so we can see the description. A fisherman's son goes through medical school with a bad attitude, especially in cadaver class.
Yep.
Hey, look, he's got Asics on.
Yeah, that way back.
Are the tongue popping out of the Asics, or is that her foot behind it?
That's her foot behind it.
I could see how that sold you. A fisherman's son goes to medical school.
Oh, I loved it.
Wait, so he's got his doctor's coat and a basketball in one hand. Is he an ex-basketball player, I guess?
He's a
think he was.
fisherman's son.
Yes. I think the basketball got him to college.
Gross Anatomy.
They were enemies, and then they end up having sex.
And you still haven't seen The Godfather.
No one thought a rebel like Joe Slack would make it through medical school.
Yeah.
But they don't know Joe.
They don't know Joe. That's one of my favorite movies. All right, that's
One of my favorite movies. You couldn't even remember the name of it.
I never remember the names,
That's
Brown,
true.
but I nailed
know.
the whole storyline.
You really did,
didn't I?
actually. It's amazing.
All right, and I think he oversleeps, and they have to rush in and
Stunner.
and
Don't
nail it.
ruin it. I want to watch it later.
Yeah, please.
All right, that's 3 and Out today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
4 great locations for you and your family. Stop by, get a look at the brake pads, the wheel alignment tires, and more. They can do it for you today. Locally owned and operated. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right, and before we end up cheering this uniform or logo change in the Southeastern Conference, let me tell you about the Legion FC, who get a chance to return to Protective after a road loss, so 0-1-1 on the year, but a couple of really interesting matches to start things off. But they need one. This one's Saturday. Night game, 6:30, Protective Stadium, under the lights for the first time at Protective, Saturday night versus Colorado Springs. Get those $7 tickets, get inside the stadium and cheer on the Birmingham Legion FC. Professional soccer in Birmingham, something great to do on Saturday night. Tailgate, not on the grass. Don't want to upset the BJCC folks. Don't mess up their grass. But tailgating pregame, get in there and cheer on the Legion. Check it out, bhmlegion.com for those tickets. bhmlegion.com. That's happening Saturday night. All right, nobody in the SEC changes logos and uniforms more than the Vanderbilt Commodores, who I thought had a pretty good look. Here's the new look Vanderbilt.
Missouri's close, though, right?
Yeah.
Missouri does change it a lot, but Vandy does it more than anybody, I think.
So they've gotten rid of the star, basically. They used to have the V and the star. They're just going straight V.
Yeah, and I thought the anchor was the big thing with Vanderbilt.
The V looks a little Virginia to me.
It looked very, very plain.
Yeah, I mean, that is very plain is the way
It
I
is
see
very
that.
plain, yeah.
Because I like it with the star behind it.
See, I would just let's copy the Cowboys and just have a star on the helmet.
Yeah, just go black star, no V. Yeah, I'm with you. Do the black and gold Cowboys, basically.
Yeah,
Because
take a
they've got
Saints helmet and put a Cowboy star on it.
very much.
Yeah.
Saints helmet with a Cowboy star.
Yeah, because that's a good color combo.
That's what I was about to say. They've got the color combo. They've got that right.
I don't understand why they're changing this. They had it dialed. I mean, they just changed with James Franklin a few years ago, right?
They're hoping one day something's going to work.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they've changed. I think the star was a throwback to what they were maybe in the 70s. A little play off of that. And yes, the anchor was on top. It was the stripe, was sort of the anchor chain.
I never liked
to the
that.
back. I
Yeah.
did not like that look.
Yeah.
I like the clean stripe down the middle. But the plain V doesn't do it for me. Put that star back on there. Come on, Vandy.
And really, what did anchors down mean? Like we're setting up?
We have anchored our ship.
Yeah, we're setting up to be 3-9 again.
That's right. We're going to fire our cannons from right here.
Anchors up on the logo, though.
Man, it is.
Yeah, wouldn't you rather sail?
Yeah, you'd rather be moving forward,
I
wouldn't
would
you?
think.
You don't want to be anchored down.
The ineptitude of Vandy is it's crazy. I mean, they've got a ton of money. They're in a phenomenal city.
Yep.
I mean, it's just, I know they've got academics, but they used to be able to get guys in that weren't quite to the academic level. I don't know, man.
They can't even play basketball anymore.
I know.
It's still in the NIT tonight.
But by the way, if you want to do the lock.
Well, I'll tell you what they tear up is baseball. They are so good in baseball. Tim Corbin, that guy can coach.
Lock of the day every day brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. I'll tell you about them after LT gives you a winner. Is Vanderbilt's NIT run running out tonight?
Dunaway. Vanderbilt's NIT run will continue tonight.
SEC.
Anchors up! Anchors up!
Yeah,
is it the only SEC team left in the NIT? So we got one in the Big Dance and one in the NIT?
I think that is the only NIT.
Yeah, I do like Vanderbilt plus the 2.5 against Xavier tonight. So Scottie Pippen Jr., big night. Easy to say, right?
Easy to say. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, we call one person, multiple people, but one team, one franchise. It's the folks at Hemp Hill. Hemp Hill Services, they do it right, always at a fair price. You can't beat that. They fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services, the number 205-229-2090, 229-2090. Since 1954, Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill have been taking care of all of you. And if you've never used Hemp Hill, now's a good time to jump on board for all your plumbing, for all your cooling, and all your heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted, as I said, since 1954. It's Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. Hemp Hill Services, lock of the day. When we come back, we'll knock trash out of the park. Stay with us.
Where will Brown go next? The next round. Your home for the Bracket Challenge.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Don't forget to go check out our bracket challenge right there with exclusive auto wholesale right on the Pelham Parkway. Your opportunity to go by and see how your bracket is doing all the time at nextroundlive.com. Jay Bilas coming up at the top of the hour, 12 noon. And we will get the opportunity to talk to Jay about the Sweet 16 and how surprised he is, or maybe he's not surprised at where the SEC teams are. NASCAR is coming to Talladega pretty soon, and also to Atlanta and Nashville and all over the place. Brownie, our folks at NASCAR fired up to be part of the Next Round family now.
And you do not want to miss it, man, when NASCAR comes to Talladega. And it is the first time you're going to get to see that next-gen car on the track at Talladega for the Geico 500, Saturday, April 24th. Geico 500 is going to start at 2 o'clock Central. You can be there. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com for tickets. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA. That's 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Listen, I don't have any details, so I would just go to the USFL website. But apparently we're doing cheerleading tryouts. Does anybody know about this? It's happening Saturday, 3 to 6. Now, I wonder, is this just for the Birmingham Stallion cheerleaders?
I can find out.
Or are we getting cheerleaders for, like, do we have to fill up
I think it's got to be all of them.
So we're going to have, we're just using the Birmingham pool of beautiful young ladies and men who ever want to be cheerleaders.
Oh, well, they're not men cheerleaders, are they?
Brad, I don't know. I'm just being all inclusive.
Jimmy PC. Always Jimmy PC.
It's all encompassing.
Yes. Well, all the he's and hers and she's and the I's. But tryouts are 3 to 6 this Saturday, and I'm wondering, are we just filling up the Birmingham?
Well, there's no way you would go to Tampa if everybody's going to be here. There's no way Tampa Bay girls are going to relocate to Birmingham and live in the bubble.
I think what Jim's saying is, do we just get a pool of cheerleaders, and all right, this week you guys are Tampa and you guys are Birmingham for this game, and then we're going to need you all to change
that's
between
the smart
games.
way to do it.
That's the way I would do it. I'd get like 20 girls. And because I was talking with a
vice just 8 sets of uniforms?
Yeah. I was talking with the vice president of communications for the USFL yesterday. Really nice guy. He's just moved to town.
Tony?
It was not Tony.
Dave?
Darren. He had just moved to town. Jeez. He had just moved to town. If you thought Dunaway was going to be all worn down for this Vegas, he's so daggum chipper.
Not at all. He's ready to stay another night.
He really is.
Now, parents are going out of town tonight, so remember that.
So he had just moved to town, and he had watched the show, and we were talking about the show. And one thing he was talking about was, and I think this is really cool, they're keeping their tickets cheap all year.
That's right.
They're just trying to build a fan experience for the people of Birmingham. They get that, you got the Stallions and they got all these other teams, and they're not going to be here forever. But like he said, Easter Sunday, you're going to be able to pay, I think it's like $10. and watch 3 football games. If you want to stay for all of them, $10 or $20 for 3 football games.
That's right.
Well, that's crazy. So they're really just trying to build a fan experience.
Well, really, you're a studio audience at this point.
That's
right.
right. That's what they want.
Yeah, because it's a TV product.
Yeah.
TV owns the league, and they want people in the stands for
That's
the
right.
atmosphere.
And they're not trying to break the backs of the fans here. It's like a $10 ticket. And they're going to keep it that way. So
technically, I think Fox should be paying us to go to the games.
Yeah, that would probably fill the stadium.
Because what happens? I spent $10 to see 3 games, and I spent $200 on beer.
Yeah, well, you pay me $10 to come to the game. Then I get in. I spend that $10 and likely 20 more, and you made a profit. Boom! There's your league idea. For free.
How much did you lose in Vegas?
All of it. I lost all of it in Vegas. I lost all of it. I agree with what Kevin said. I won't say it out loud, but
no, he's right. And this is exactly the opposite of what some people have done is, we know we got a new product and we want you to come see it. Right. And we know you're not going to pay a ton to do it.
Yeah. And the Legion FC, proud sponsor of the show, $7 tickets for Saturday night. You can go in there and you have a great fan experience. You have a great family experience or great guy night out, girls night out at a reasonable price. And you get in there and you love the product and you come back and you make a little money. Instead of trying to hit you over the head for one experience, you come back and do 10 or 11 of them. All right, time to do trash. We do it every day at this time. It's brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. Rockstar, is that big button still working?
How to get out of jury duty. Ask the judge if this is one of those cases where you're allowed to accept bribes. Try to roll your eyes every few seconds, no matter what questions you're asked. Say whatever and roll your eyes. Whatever.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, if renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe. It is time to buy a new home. Who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right? With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they're going to do all the heavy lifting for you. Their trusted mortgage professionals will help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every single step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. This is one you do not see every day. An Indian teen, lucky to be alive after tumbling out of his bed, falling headfirst onto a sickle, which then became lodged into his head.
God, I didn't know there was going to be a photo.
Oh,
there's a photo?
Rocky.
Oh. How about a warning on that one?
And he's dead. That's how his parents found him.
No, he's not.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Well, okay, a couple things.
He does look dead there, doesn't
he? Really does.
They said there was no blood. Like it's just somehow you have a sickle laying next to your bed.
Well, that was question 1 for me.
Be a good Halloween costume, wouldn't it?
I know we're in India and they live a little bit differently than we do, but why we got a sickle just laying right next to the bed?
Can I tell you why?
Kill a snake.
A cobra.
It's not.
I'll take
Jim might be onto it.
But the thing is, how is the sickle standing up where he actually could lodge it in his head?
This doesn't make a lot of sense.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Now, the freak accident occurred on Wednesday, and it left Bupu Sen, 16, with the sickle in the head there. You can see disaster struck that night after the sleeping youngster rolled out of bed and onto the reaping tool's curved blade, which embedded itself 1.5 inches into the skull. Despite the graphic nature of the wound, Bupe reportedly didn't experience any bleeding nor pain. Took 3-hour operation to actually get it out.
Good for him, man. He's lucky to be alive.
Quite the story.
That really is. I mean, I'm going to be a little more careful about where I keep my sickle now.
The weapon of choice in Children of the Corn, too?
I think so.
It was, yeah. It was.
The weapon of choice.
Yeah. I'll take the sickle.
When you said sickle, I was expecting to see a schwimmer.
A schwimmer?
And the bike?
Schwinn?
Schwinn.
Schwimmer's an actor.
Schwimmer.
I was expecting to see a bike. Like, I mean, you have
Swimmers
a bike
are
by
what
your
you
bed.
used to have.
He got a bicycle stuck in his head.
Yes. It's going to be a big thing to have in your head.
So we go from sickle to machete. 39-year-old man reportedly attacked another man in a Kent Station shopping center restroom because the man was taking too long to use the toilet stall. Now, the attack occurred early Saturday afternoon, March 12th, in a restroom at the end of Kent Station. Now, according to the Kent police, quote, 26-year-old man was using a downtown bathroom when the suspect, who was angered because he was taking too long, attacked him with a machete, end quote. Now, the man sustained severe injuries but was released from a hospital. 3 Kent officers arrived at the scene within minutes, treated the man. They placed 3 tourniquets on the victim to stop his heavy bleeding, according to police. Meanwhile, the man with the machete fled the scene before police arrived. A witness came forward to say he watched the suspect flee, gave a description of the event. On March 14th, police received information about the suspect's location. When they found the suspect hiding at the location,
he had wet pants and poop in his pants.
Even though the suspect was armed when they approached, he was taken into custody without incident.
I mean, does this hurry him up, by the way? You're upset with this guy that he's taking too long. You're ready to use the restroom. You got to go bad.
Well,
so you
machete
the guy.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't hurry the guy up. Now you got a bloody scene there, and you still can't get around him to the urinal.
Yeah, and you got to make him, will you stop crying and move? I got to go.
Yeah, now you got to move a dead body.
My God.
And by the way, don't machete me. Just pee on the back of my leg.
Hey, we recently
Don't turn me
talked weird dreams here on the next round. So if you've ever wondered whether people around the world dream like you do, you're in luck. New study by bedguidemornings.com has unveiled what the most common dream is in every country by translating the word dream in every language and then analyzing Google search data. The study revealed countries' most commonly searched dream subjects, I should say. In South Africa, it's money.
Oh, they dream a lot about money in South Africa?
In France, it's your ex.
Ooh.
My ex?
Yeah. Yeah, specifically.
Yes.
It's weird.
Lisa Black, all the time.
Wow, good memory.
You've only said it 1,000 times.
In Denmark, it's pregnancy.
Wow.
I'll tell you. Sorry.
What?
I was going to say, it's a dude. I was pregnant again.
In South Korea.
Is Denmark Amsterdam? Nope.
No. No. South Korea, it's falling into water.
It's different in North Korea.
In Jordan, it's cutting hair.
Wow.
From that to this, in Colombia, it's lice.
To be such a bad problem, you dream about it.
Yeah, imagine that.
Albania, it's breast.
Oh, me too.
Yeah. Chicken.
And right here in the United States, what do you think it is?
It's sex.
No.
For Brown, it's waking up and going to work or school with
only
his underwear on.
That's right. I do it all. I mean, I dream that.
And you have a
frequently.
test you haven't studied for.
Oh, it's sex.
Yep.
It's sex.
No, this is one of my top 3 or 4 dreams.
Mine too.
Oh, you're falling.
No, teeth falling out.
Teeth falling out.
And then in 52 countries, I dream about this a lot too. We talked about it, snakes.
Wow.
Your teeth fall out. You've mentioned this before,
Yeah.
but I've never
They never
once...
fall out. They're just loose.
Yeah, mine fall out. Mine
Okay.
come out with strings attached.
Can I tell you something weird that I did with a dream the other night? So I dreamt something, and it was super realistic. So I said, I need to make note of this, because do you guys ever have the dream and then that happens and you get that weird deja vu feel? Do you
Yeah.
ever have that? Like you dreamt about it and then that specific thing actually happened?
And then you're not really sure you dreamt about it.
Yeah, and you do wonder that,
Yeah.
right? Well, this was a super realistic dream, and I'm like, that probably means this is going to happen. And now I can't remember what it was, but it was significant.
The weirdest, I think I said this on the air once, the weirdest dream I ever had, it was back during that time when they just moved us to mornings over at Jock's. And
you weren't sleeping.
And then I was still doing late news, and I wasn't sleeping a lot.
Misery.
And I woke up having dreamed that me and another guy in college had somehow killed a girl and put her body in the dumpster. And then the dream, I'd see the dumpster going into the dump truck and the body rolling in there. And I woke up, and it felt so real that for a second, I had to sit there and think, did that really happen? And I somehow mentally blocked it out.
Well, I can guarantee you one thing, you'll get caught.
Hey, welcome into the round table. I didn't kill anybody last night. Lance, how are you?
This might just be me, but I have these like really episodic dreams, and they're really dark.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
The people in them, though, they always have like some kind of scar or disfigurement on their face.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder what that means.
I do dream sometimes, like I wake up. I don't dream this. I actually wake up, go to the restroom, then go back, and the dream continues. It is like a break.
I've never done
That's
that.
lucid dreaming.
Yeah. Nick says Jim dreams Law and Order episodes.
That really is a Law and Order I've seen before.
Can you imagine Lenny having to go clean out
Do
the
you
dumpster?
ever dream I'm still at home?
A nightmare.
My recliner? What is that?
Do you guys know what the golden birthday is?
50.
50.
No.
Okay.
75.
No, golden birthday is the day you were born when you're that year.
What?
Like March 31st. When I was 31 on March 31st, it was my golden birthday.
God, I got to wait till I'm 76? No, wait a minute. What?
Oh, my God. The day.
There's only
March 21st.
There's a max of 31 days.
That was your Amsterdam moment.
I missed mine. I'm 28.
I got to get born again?
Okay. Anyway, Tiffany
Not
Keene
that one, Rockstar.
made sure her 9-year-old son had an unforgettable golden birthday with a school lunchbox filled with shrimp, lobster, and other goodies.
Oh, my goodness.
My boy Jason Wells used to bring kipper. Have you ever heard of kipper?
Nope.
It was cat food.
No, it's fish.
So that's what I said. It's cat food.
Little bastard had cat food in the lunchroom.
His mom was lying to him.
Look at this. Look at this lunchbox.
Yeah, it is quite elaborate.
So Keene told Fox News Digital she wanted to make her son's birthday extra special this year because it was his golden birthday, a once-in-a-lifetime celebration when a person's biological age matches up with the day they were born. In Keene's case, her son Cruz turned 9 on Wednesday, February 9th, 2022. She went on to say Cruz had the most amazing golden birthday. He started off the day with a cinnamon roll waffles for breakfast. Sounds pretty good.
Oh, that is fantastic.
Then,
I've had those.
Pat Cruz a one-of-a-kind birthday lunchbox that was complete with a gold painting, sparkling water can, shrimp and lobster wrap, small portion of cheese crisp, and 2 macarons.
You know, it's incredible.
I'm not a fan of macarons.
I'm not either.
It is incredible. We as Americans are hungry to celebrate absolutely anything, aren't we? I mean, we will create the most random celebrations.
Which is good in a way.
I guess.
I mean, if you're looking for having a positive note and, you know.
But what's the chances? Like, is that the lobster roll? What's the chances this kid got there and said,
I'll trade you
for a peanut butter jelly sandwich.
Hey,
you can have this.
Yeah, let's get a pizza.
If that one truck rolled into our parking lot, that thing would cost about $45 right there.
I'd eat it right now.
I would too.
Yeah.
Now, Keene noted that a few of Cruz's friends learned what a golden birthday is for the first time, and guess what? They have gone on to describe the event to their parents.
Do you have the descriptions? No, I thought this was gonna be like funny things.
Well, no, like they're gonna want my mom to do it for next year.
So they got to one up that one.
Just scoring at home. My 17th birthday, since I was born on December 17th, would have been my golden birthday. We did not celebrate that in the
I didn't even know about
18th
it.
was your first golden shower, right?
First of
I was just happy to have a shower.
Many.
Oh, we got a mother looking for a man whose name she had tattooed on her bum.
Who's giddier? Who's giddier, me or LT? That I'm back, so he has someone to pick on.
No, it's true.
Whatever.
He missed it. I could tell. I'm not as easy to pick on.
You just glossed right over the fact of the what you did for your 18th birthday.
Yeah,
I thought that was factual.
Oh no.
No, this story sounds interesting.
Yeah, let's go back to the story.
Yeah. A mother is looking for a man whose name she had tattooed on her bum a decade ago during a girls' holiday abroad.
Wow.
Kaylee Williams, 32 years old, made a spontaneous decision when she visited Magaluf with 4 friends in 2012. Now, Kaylee got the tattoo after the friends bumped into a group of lads who were on a stag weekend together.
Does that say Daniel 40, like Pat's name?
Yeah, or Ford. And we don't know.
A man for the group offered to pay for her to get his name on her bum. The next day, she woke to find Daniel Ford tattooed on her left bum cheek, the name of the man who paid for the $35 tattoo.
It's cheap, man.
Do you think some alcohol might have been involved in this?
Absolutely.
I mean, so basically he paid $35 to watch her get inked on her butt.
To brand her.
And she agreed to do it. I don't know which one's crazier.
Realizing, I might save the story for a mystery fifth hour, but I've got
something similar to this?
Something like this.
Yeah.
Realizing that Daniel Ford had returned home to Cardiff later that day, she was never saw him again. Wants to get back in touch. Kaylee, a support worker, said, quote, "When I was on holiday, bit of a party animal. I was just having fun with friends. Now after 10 years and a refusal to get rid of Daniel Ford," he must have left more than that, Mark.
He made a deposit.
They just did not go to the tattoo parlor.
She wants to find him on social media, but she can't find him.
Yeah.
Gonna guess his name wasn't Daniel Ford.
Smart move on his part.
Phil, why did you ever put Daniel Ford on there?
At least his buddies went along with it.
Wow.
Do you think there's a Danny Jr. running around at age 10?
Well, you know that with 35, there's got to be negotiated. I'll give you $30. No, I'll do it for 35. Okay.
You wore me down.
I mean, you can't get somebody to moon you for $35, let alone a tattoo.
Hell, I've tried.
Yeah. I think a tattoo's going to be right around that $100 range, right? I mean, for even something small like that.
Yeah, but that's on there forever, on your arse.
Yeah.
But not many people see your arse.
Krusty's right. She's never going to find this guy because that's not his real name.
Exactly.
No paternity suit's not going to work at this point. Rusty, looking for child support.
You'll never see his DNA.
Jay Price, betting that's not his real name.
Little Danny Ford.
Quality football coach.
Is there a chance that he had just read a Pat Forty story? Yeah. And let's go Daniel Forty. Yeah, that's the name. All right, that's Trash, brought to you by.
Hey, let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring in more happy homeowners under their roof. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR. Start living life. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Link.
And as always, this hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Right now, 119 in Alabaster, wide open for lunch and for dinner. They'll do office parties, catering for big events. When the North Georgia basketball team rolled to town for the Division II Women's National Championship this week, looking for catering, I said, call my man Sterling, champyschicken.com, champyschicken.com. And, hey, great food, Mississippi Delta tamales, and a lot more. It is champyschicken.com. Highway 119 in Alabaster open right now.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
March has arrived and you want to watch all the games. So make sure the only thing upset is your bracket. Call Blakely's Bouquets today. Order a beautiful arrangement for your girl so you can watch the game without the guilt. My friends at Blakely's Bouquets have unique and custom designs, and they give you speedy same-day delivery. Order online at blakeleysbouquets.com or over the phone, 205-579-4900, or stop by in person right on Oxmoor Road in Homewood. Avoid the upsets at Blakely's Bouquets.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
If you missed my NCAA tournament package, we're at lanceslock.com. We are guaranteeing a winning tournament. Don't worry, because we still have our guaranteed full refundable day of packages available. Stay tuned to Lance's Lock on Twitter or check in each day of the tournament at lanceslock.com for information on how you can get that day's plays. We either win for you or you get your money back guaranteed. Win with us for the NCAA tournament at lanceslock.com. Again, go online. It is guaranteed, this NCAA tournament, lanceslock.com.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260.
ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Back with you on the Next Round. Wednesday is trivia night down at Odie's. These guys will be back there Wednesday night.
Hey, I want to bring on something in the AFC after I tell you about trivia. Something I saw this morning. I'm looking at AFC Power Rankings. I thought this was really interesting. Anyway, Rockstar is Wednesday. That means?
It is Tuesday.
Oh, it is Tuesday? Damn.
That means no.
Tomorrow night, I swear, will be Wednesday, and there we will be out for Odie's Team Trivia. But tonight, you can just stop by, watch a little NIT action, and enjoy some of that great food Rodney Davis has been cooking up for 30 years now. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Stop in, see Will Haver and that great staff, Odie's Tavern, and mark it down tomorrow. It is Wednesday, and that means it's Odie's Team Trivia. So this morning, they were doing their top 5 teams in the AFC, and it was something on ESPN about so many good quarterbacks, and some of these quarterbacks are going to miss out on the postseason next year. And Bart Scott randomly did his top 5 and did not have Kansas City in his top 5 in the AFC.
He should be fired.
Fired?
I'm kidding, but I guess there's a possibility.
It's the NFL.
But it went deeper than that. Like, I'm looking at this. RG3 has done his. He's got KC at number 2. Yeah. It went as deep as they did the 7 playoff teams. He didn't have Kansas City making the playoffs. What are the chances Pat Mahomes misses the playoffs?
Very low.
I would say low.
But if he does, Bart Scott's going to look like a genius.
Yeah, and he'll say, fire the guy in Birmingham. The Chargers, I saw somebody else doing the same thing that you're talking about with RG3 and with Scott. Had the Chargers with these, other than the Bills, after the Bills, who's the best chance to make the Super Bowl? And so they went Chargers.
The Chargers are getting better. I mean, what they did in the offseason defensively, you got to figure Herbert's going to be even better. Sign Mike Williams to a long-term deal. I mean, I like this Chargers team. I mean, I thought it was a disappointment they missed out on the playoffs and how it ended in Week 17 for them last year. But I think Chargers can be really good. But I think Mahomes is so good as long as he stays healthy 17 games. I don't know how they miss the playoffs.
All right, more on the NFL free agency in the final hour after we talk to Jay Bilas. But right now, a little Alabama football. Alabama in the national championship game last year, they just finished their second practice yesterday after doing one practice, spring break, and that's the way Nick Saban likes to do it, do a little orientation, then back on the practice field yesterday. Here's Alabama out there getting some work done. Coming off the national championship game loss and having 2 of the best players in the country, and Bryce Young and Will Anderson back, the conversation said, how do you deal with it? How do you move on from that loss, that heartbreaking loss, to start building for the next year? Here first is Will Anderson on putting that loss in the backdrop.
It always talks about not wasting a failure. How much have you watched that film from the championship game, and how much does that motivate you in this point in the year?
I watched it a couple of times, but after that, we had to get over it, and we had to start back working on, the season that's coming up. We know the mistakes we made in that game. We know what hurt us. We know what didn't lead to us winning that game. So now it's just trying to, what do you do to get past that? How do you work? Fourth quarter was great. Spring football is going to be great for us, and that's what we're looking forward to right now.
He doesn't answer a single question where he's not intimidated.
Nope, that guy, he's intense. I mean, that may be the best football player in America that you just saw right there and just heard from. And he doesn't ever seem to turn it off. I mean, I'm not saying the guy doesn't laugh some, but it seems like he when he's in that building or in that role, he is intense.
How bad do any of you want your NFL team to sign that guy?
I'd love to have him.
I think everybody does.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what's interesting is the best player in college football is on the defensive side. We talked about number 99, according to Urban Meyer. Best player in the world is a defensive player in the NFL right now. But it's funny, we had lunch with somebody really close to the Alabama program before we started this venture last August. And we were talking about Will Anderson as a true sophomore. And they were talking about this guy's just scratching the surface.
Yeah.
and he's going to be so good this year. Nobody thought he'd be 34.5 tackles for loss.
Well,
nobody thought he'd be that good.
Yeah, by the way, let Dallas Turner, who's what he is now, play on the other side of this guy and
for a full year.
For a full year now.
But Dallas Turner was kind of what we saw from Will Anderson in year one.
But my point was, Will Anderson did all of that last year with a developing player on the other side that they didn't really have to worry about the way they would have had it been Chris Allen, right? It was Drew Sanders some, and then he got hurt. And then Dallas Turner, just a true freshman, a young guy comes in there, and now see what Dallas Turner is, and you're going to have one of those guys on either side. My gosh, I don't know how you block that.
On the other offensive side of the ball, Bryce Young gets asked basically the same question. Turning the page from the loss to Georgia, here's the Heisman Trophy winner and the runner-up in the national championship game, quarterback Bryce Young.
Bryce, anyone that saw you after the national championship game could tell you took that really hard because you're a competitor. How long did it take you to get over that?
It took a little bit. Anytime, obviously, something as national championship, that's something you dream of, something you work for, and when it doesn't go your way, it hurts. It hurts a lot. And for me, it was kind of trying to transition from the emotions of the game, the immediate emotions, to the anger you feel at yourself, and you look back and wish you could have had plays back, moments back, and then you kind of have to snap out of that and then transition into, okay, it is what it is. You can't time travel, so what am I going to do to improve, to get better, to learn from those mistakes? So it's really been the process of turning that page for me and not looking at it as you want it back, but all right, I did this, that wasn't successful, what can I do to grow? And this is exactly what spring practice is for, is an opportunity for everyone on the team to get better, evaluate what they did last year and see what they can improve on, and I'm excited to get that process started.
Seems like leadership will be no problem for this team this year.
About to bring that up, I think the difference was, they were so new to everything, both Will Anderson, although he had experience from the year before, and Bryce Young is his first year as a starting quarterback. But both of those guys, they've got something to build on that loss, and both are so relaxed and comfortable, and they're so elite. So, yeah, I agree with you. Everybody, when those guys talk on both sides of the ball, are going to listen.
Okay, on a much lighter note, and this is no knock, whichever way you answer this, but if you were in Bryce Young's shoes and you could time travel, would you go back to play that game again, or would you go forward to get through this year and be signing your rookie deal in the NFL? Which way would you time travel?
I remember how cold Indy was, so I'd go forward.
What if you're signing in Green Bay
or Chicago?
Or Chicago.
I guess Chicago not.
Would you go back and play that game again?
Here's what I'd do. I'd go back to that game, and I would throw it away on the play that Jamison Williams got hurt. I'd have that knowledge in my mind. I'm not going to go Jamison here. I'm going to audible to a handoff, or I'm going to throw it away. I keep him in the game and take my chances there. Not saying Alabama would have won, but they would have stood a much better chance with him in there. So that's what I do.
Do you go get the paycheck, or do you go back and do the national championship?
I think you've probably, if you have to do one of the two, you probably go back, because, again, Bryce Young doesn't want to be maybe the best quarterback in the history of Alabama football without winning a national championship.
Yeah.
So then if you went back, you'd have two opportunities.
That's right. You could cement your legacy almost just by going back and winning that game.
Yeah. All right. Interesting stuff from Alabama's camp over there after day 2. They still have 12 more practices before the 15th practice being the A-Day game coming up in mid-April. When we come back, Jay Bilas joins us, our friends right there at Creekside Barbecue. I want to remind you that if you're going to a Bulls game, a concert, or whatever, Creekside can hook you up.
Look, it's incredible barbecue. If you haven't stopped by for lunch or dinner, just take your family by, take friends by, buy them lunch. You're going to love it. Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain. It's centered around great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. Something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue just off of I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events for up to 200 people. For more information, stop by, tell them the Next Round sent you, or go online to look at that menu, creekside/bbq.com.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer, and one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Nothing to do tonight? Want to bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
The racing, the big one, the camping, it's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey, it's Rockstar for Way to Wellness, and I'm here with my coworker and friend Reed Taylor. And I just wanted to ask Reed, how much weight have you lost during this weight loss program?
11 pounds.
Whoa! That sounds great, Reed. Why don't you sit down and rest those pipes for a second? At Way to Wellness, Leslie and her team have taught us how to go about reaching our goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold us accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com. You did so good.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
My favorite thing about being in Vegas in these big sports book, watching Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, is somebody's on every side. You're either a fan for the team or you bet on that team. So every bucket is a cheer. It is unbelievable atmosphere out in Vegas. I enjoyed my 4 days of the tournament in Las Vegas out there. We got to take the show out there someday.
All right, we'll do it. Jay Bilas coming up in 2 seconds. A reminder, the Talladega Superspeedway has the Geico 500 coming back Sunday, April 24th, 2 o'clock Central. For tickets, TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And don't forget to enhance the weekend by getting the garage experience. And it is a gorgeous place out there now around the garage with big bills. 877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladagaSuperspeedway.com to get your tickets now for the Geico 500 Sunday, April 24. Jay Bilas is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Jay. Hope you're doing well.
Doing great, guys. How you doing?
Doing wonderful. Thanks a lot. Should I be buying into North Carolina as much as I am? They had a weird weekend. They had the biggest 8-9 win ever and the biggest blown lead ever. But that's kind of like this tournament in a nutshell.
Yeah, I don't look at it as a blown lead. I look at it as they had an extraordinary thing happen with Brady Maddox being tossed from the game. If he stays in, they win by 30. I mean, they were killing Baylor, and that wasn't going to change. And then Caleb Love fouled out. So the fact that they won the game, I don't think actually speaks well in North Carolina, given the real adversity they were dealing with. And I'm not suggesting that Maddox shouldn't have been thrown out. It was interesting that Gene Steratore, the former official who's working for CBS, thought it was a flagrant one at first, and then when he got tossed, he agreed with the officials, which seemed a little odd, but I don't quarrel with that. But it could have gone either way on that one. But once Maddox was out, they don't have a lot of depth, and Dontre Styles came in, hit a gigantic three, and I don't know anybody that doesn't bleed Carolina blue that thought when they went to overtime that they would win the game, and yet they did. So with them at full strength, they're a formidable opponent for UCLA. And if UCLA has Jaime Jaquez Jr. compromised with that ankle, he's got he should have plenty of time to get back to feeling better with it. But at both teams at full strength, it's a fair fight.
Hey, and sticking in Philadelphia in the East, I mean, the story has been St. Peter's. I mean, an incredible win in overtime over Kentucky. Then they moved past Murray State. Now they've got Purdue. Purdue's got size. Purdue's got multiple guys that can score from anywhere. Shaheen Holloway's done a great job getting St. Peter's there. But I would assume it ends with Purdue.
It should have ended with Kentucky, but Kentucky didn't play. And you give St. Peter's all the credit. People say, well, don't take anything away from St. Peter's. You're like, who's taking anything away from them? They're in the Sweet 16. We can't take that away. But you have to be realistic. The other two seeds won their games by 20 points each, and they weren't games. And Kentucky didn't play, and so that's one of the reasons. Like you just don't have 15 feet and twos unless the two assists. And Kentucky provided them with a great assist, and then they had a good matchup in the second round playing Murray State. Purdue's going to be a different animal. I'm not saying St. Peter's can't win, but Purdue's going to have to help them, and I think it's going to be a different deal having to play against Travion Williams and Zach Edey. My guess is that you're going to see a lot more of that matchup zone out of St. Peter's, and they're going to have to have a great offensive night and a fantastic rebounding night to be able to keep up with Purdue and win the game.
Who are you most surprised is not still in the tournament? And if it's Kentucky, give me a second team.
It is Kentucky, and then Auburn. I felt like Auburn would get through to the Sweet 16 or Elite Eight, and I wasn't surprised at Tennessee because, it's funny, people talk about the double-digit seeds that made it through the Sweet 16, and we're saying there are 4 double-digit seeds, like this is like Cinderella exists, and the only Cinderella left in the tournament is St. Peter's. I mean, I just find it hard to call both Iowa State. Iowa State was ranked in the top 10 at one point in the season, and Michigan was really highly regarded but had some injuries and still has one with Devontae Jones with his concussion issue. But you can hardly call Michigan out of the Big Ten a Cinderella. It's like calling UCLA one last year when they were an 11 seed and in the play-in game with Michigan State. So we've got. I think this is right. So of the 16 teams left, we've got 13 major conference teams, 2 out of the Big East, And then Gonzaga, who's been to 7 Sweet 16s in a row and 2 of the last 4 title games, hardly can call them a mid-major given their resources and their talent. And then Houston, who's going into the Big 12 and was in the Final Four last year. So there are no Cinderellas in the tournament except for St. Peter's.
Jay Bilas is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline from a distance. And granted, it is only from a distance watching on TV, Jay. We had talked about on the show that it did not appear of late Duke was handling this end of the run for Coach K very well until they were challenged the way they were against Michigan State. Did you feel the same way? And it appeared finally they handled it quite well in a really pressure-packed situation against Spartans.
Yeah, they played really well, especially down the stretch. They were down 5 with 5 minutes to go or so and wound up winning the game. And they made some really, I thought, mature plays on both ends of the floor. Part of the issue has been their defense hasn't been what it was projected to be. You know, you had a lot of commentators saying this is old school Duke defense, and it's really not. You know, they don't force turnovers at a high rate, and didn't force them against Michigan State. They forced one late, which was obviously really good for Duke, but they haven't been a pressure sort of passing lanes, forced turnover defense. And going against, a lot's going to be determined by the way the game's called by the officials against Texas Tech, because Texas Tech is great defensively. So I think you'll see Duke try to run the majority of its offense through the middle of the floor when they can try to, at least diminish some of the help side that Texas Tech plays with. But Duke's way better offensively, and Texas Tech is substantially better on the defensive end. So, it'll be a contrast, but Texas Tech is formidable. I think Duke is just a little bit better offensively.
Houston seems like one of those teams that would be exhausting to play against.
Remarkable. They play incredibly hard. They're a great offensive rebounding team, and that's going to be the biggest issue I think that Arizona has to deal with. Arizona gave up 20 offensive rebounds to TCU, to Texas Christian, and that's what put TCU in the position to win the game and all that. We'd be talking about something different right now had the officials called that foul at midcourt out of that double team that led to the Dalen Terry layup that was just after the buzzer, and the game went to overtime. But it really should have been TCU shooting free throws there. But yeah, I think it speaks well of Arizona. They were every champion or every Final Four team has at least a game like that leading up to it. And you have to win those, and they won it and made some huge plays down the stretch, especially Ben Mathurin and Christian Koloko. I think they scored 58 points between them. Arizona is really good, but Houston presents a lot of problems because they're unbelievably tough on the glass and really tough defensively. But Arizona's formidable on the defensive end as well. They can switch a lot of things. Their big guys really run. And they're not a little bit. They're a lot deeper. There's not much margin for error for Houston because of the injuries they suffered early in the year, so their guys have to play a lot of minutes, so they can't get in foul trouble. And Tajay Moore, every time he steps on the floor, he's the best athlete in the game. And so Houston, given their injuries, I think it's remarkable they're here, and it's remarkable they've got such a great shot to continue to advance because of how hard they play on the defensive end and what a great job they do rebounding.
Our show's an SEC melting pot, so Arkansas is the only team left from the SEC.
Our pot is empty.
Our pot is almost empty. Tell me how they beat Gonzaga. If they're able to pull the upset, what happens?
They got to shoot better than 27%, which they shot against New Mexico State. I was one of those that thought that Vermont was a good upset pick over Arkansas, and Arkansas blew them out by 4. Vermont's good. Arkansas is difficult to play against because they're athletic and they defend well. Jalen Williams is a stud, just a terrific player. J.D. Notae's a great scorer. And Stanley Umude's been playing really well, but they don't shoot it great. And if they shoot in the 30s in their next game, it's going to be tough to win it. But they're fully capable. Alabama beat Gonzaga early in the year. They're fully capable of winning. But the SEC, Kentucky obviously, fell down by not showing up against St. Peter's, and that was a problem for the league. I thought that the Tennessee-Michigan game was a toss-up, and it wound up coming out on the wrong side of the coin for Tennessee when they shot it so poorly. And then I didn't think Auburn had been playing particularly well heading into the tournament, but they weren't able to turn it around and got beat by a really hard match. That was a hard matchup against Miami because they've got so many individual playmakers. They can spread you out. They took Walker Kessler away from the basket and attacked, and Kessler was just wasn't a factor. Like you couldn't even count all the layups that Auburn missed during the game. And then I don't know whether they panicked or they started taking really questionable shots and dug themselves a hole that they couldn't dig out of. So the Southeastern Conference was still, in my view, if not the best league during the regular season, it was them and somebody else to be the best league. But, sort of in the world of facile interpretation, if you don't perform in the tournament, now all of a sudden they don't think the league was as good. And I don't think that's necessarily true. Just as the ACC's got 3 teams in the Sweet 16, that doesn't mean they were the best league. And similarly, it doesn't put the MAC, because the MAC has one team and the Southeastern Conference has one team. It doesn't make the MAC equal to the Southeastern Conference. That's ludicrous.
All right, he is Jay Bilas. Follow him on Twitter at Jay Bilas. See him throughout the tournament on ESPN. Jay, we thank you very much for the time. Great talking with you again.
Thank you.
All right, take care. Jay with us on the with a quick out JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Drop the mic right there.
Yeah. Hey, Rockstar, I just sent you in your email the video of the truck in the tornado. Have you guys seen this?
Yeah, the red truck.
Yeah,
they're moving around. Yeah, absolutely.
We don't have to show it, but people are asking us if we've seen it.
I would love to show it, but as soon as Rockstar can get it up.
Yeah.
In the meantime, what I have here is some losing tickets from my trip in Vegas. This is only about half.
All those are losing?
Well, you don't get to keep the winter ones, Brown. They give you cash back and they hold it, or people would run up there multiple times.
Any reason you kept the losing tickets?
Well, these are only a few of them, LT.
Only a few of them. We can't even hold them in one hand.
Yeah, just a few of them. I mean, I threw some away.
You want us to bury you with those?
So these are the some of the losing tickets. Pull
out what you've got left, because I want to see how bad I'm scared here moving forward.
We'll do that later on, but real quick here before we do the tornado video. Let's get a sponsorship. Give me a gutter cap, and then I'll read some of these tough losses right here.
Yeah, gutter cap, patent aluminum cover system, fits over most existing gutters. You never want to clean those gutters out again. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You don't want to get the ladder out. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. 823-2212. Cap it. Don't snap it. GutterCapBirmingham.com right now. From C-Stu, 45% off the retail price for the next round of viewer and listener. Call today. Tell him that we sent you. 823-2212. Absolutely free estimate. Get that gutter cap on the gutters today.
For instance, I think, did Arkansas win by 6? I got
over New Mexico State? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I've got Arkansas minus 6.5 on a couple of these. This
the old hook got you.
This is how you end up having the weekend I had. I had Michigan minus 2 and South Dakota State plus 2.5. That ended up being a loser there. Tennessee on too many of these, and Tennessee went down in the second round. I made so many just rookie mistakes on so many of these. Too many parlays.
Getting on a flight to Vegas.
But later in the show, I'll be glad to show you my what I did with the Sweet 16. I feel good about all of them. So I did. They're all 2 parlays for everyone. And that leaves you a door open to hit all your picks. LT does not like it when we end up in the same side of projections for obvious reasons. But this is just a little bit of what I lost in Las Vegas there. And
yeah, but I'm not going to put too much stock into your Sweet 16, because doing it that far out with those numbers, it's a little premature.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't going to be there on Thursday. Thank God. I'd be broke right now.
But did you do it where you would have tickets for an excuse to go back to Vegas? Because you can wager anywhere, not legally, but you can wager anywhere.
Well, I did it, because my guys wanted my play so they could bet Oppas. They go Oppo, as they kept saying all weekend. Who do you like in this game? Oppo Dunaway, and ended up having friends calling them who usually go on the trip once they realized the role I was not on.
So you affected the local bookmaker as well.
Oh, there were people calling in, hey, place a bet for me on that one too. Put me in on that parlay. I mean, they were taking money from all of my friends and throwing it into one big bet and getting bigger odds that way. Not bigger odds, but more money made that way. Yeah, put me in for 50 on that one.
Anti-Dunaway.
Yeah, I mean, my self-esteem was just melting into the chairs.
Walking voodoo doll.
Self-esteem?
Yeah, it was unbelievable. All right, so we got this video. Where is it? Where is it from?
I mean, I don't know now.
It's in Texas.
It is in Texas. I'm just saying, as I read the guy, we may have to get permission to show it.
Oh, is this a storm chaser?
It is a storm chaser.
Oh, yeah.
It had to be. The guy was creeping down the other side of the street.
You can't show that.
Yeah, no, you can. I've got to get the okay on how we credit.
But, here's
so
what's
if we
weird.
Do that, we'll show it later.
Watching the video, how the windows don't get blown out of the truck.
The crazy part is just the truck driving off.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't stop and clean my pants out, man.
Yeah, there is a good chance that Josh Pate works with that guy. If you can text
Is Josh a legit storm chaser?
No, yeah, I talked to him after the Alabama-Ole Miss game, and that is one of his hobbies. And, I think when there are certain storms during he doesn't like to say off-season, during the not in-season part, whatever he calls it on the show, there's no off-season.
Baseball season.
But he will spend some time, he may be out chasing storms in our state today.
I saw him tweet earlier. His Twitter account at Late Kick Josh. This will be a storm chasing account today.
No, and he does. I mean, he that is what he did for a while. That's his hobby. It's one of his hobbies is a storm chaser, and he's got a bunch of friends in the industry. I bet he knows the guy who's got this video.
It seems dangerous, though, doesn't it?
I think that's part of the rush.
Yeah.
Some people like riding big waves or going down Black Diamond.
Of course, if you're always on the other side of it, it's like I'm the hunter instead of the hunted. Because I always find myself hunkered down in the basement.
And it's just so tough here because, I mean, you guys have lived here long enough. You know that most of the tornadoes we get are in the middle of a rainstorm, so you can't really see them all that well.
That's right.
Out west, man, I mean, when they're in Texas and Oklahoma, you see every one of them.
Right.
And it's so flat and no trees, you can video from a long way away. Around here, it's a lot tougher.
The tornado in Round Rock, Texas yesterday, and I have not seen, I didn't watch any news when I got home, but I obviously flew over those storms in Texas. But when it's big on-the-ground tornado going across a crowded interstate, there's some damage there and some injuries and maybe even, sadly, deaths. I mean, they scare me. I mean, everybody's got something, in their weather. Nobody's got the perfect weather. But Las Vegas, that dry,
That's about the best because you really don't deal with the earthquakes.
Right.
You're never going to deal with floods.
They do have some flash flooding when it does rain
if
there.
If it ever rains hard, they flood quick.
Yeah, because the ground is so hard. But it doesn't rain. It looked like it was going to rain one morning I was there. I was like, God, it's about to be a storm.
I do think tornadoes are the worst to deal with because hurricane, you've got so much advance notice.
Yeah.
Drive north.
Yeah, and I can get out of that, I mean, a tornado, you can get out of it, but you may...
I mean, I wouldn't know, today, I mean, I guess you would go east. I guess I could go to Atlanta or Nashville.
Well, it's only going to follow you.
Yeah, at about 65 to 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, I know. You better hurry.
Yeah, you better not get caught in traffic. It's a scary time, and be weather aware. If you're in Mississippi listening and watching us right now, obviously you're about to be under the gun, and we are later tonight, and we're thinking about the folks in Louisiana and in Texas. It's just that time of the year. Our friends at Simpio, as we roll on here, helped us get started, and we'll get back in to a little bit of this NFL free agency and some more college football still to come here on the show. But our friends at Simpio can help you. For instance, you don't have to be a startup. Let's just say you're not happy. You're a company, an owner, or maybe you'd like to make a suggestion to your owner. You're not happy with HR, or maybe you want a different benefit package. Simpio can handle all of that.
They can, Dunaway. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employee benefits at prices only large organizations get. Simpio is going to take care of all the BS in every single office. When a business joins Simpio, they will take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. On average, Simpio saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year. There's no annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call them today, 205-635-7467 or online, Simpio.com.
I got a little problem with the NFL free agency that's ongoing, and I'll tell you what it is when we come back on the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Back with you on The Next Round. Already on the show today, Marty Smith, Jay Bilas, and Clay Travis. All that podcasted for you at nextroundlive.com. Make that your homepage, nextroundlive.com. Just start your day anytime you open your computer with that right there, nextroundlive.com. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe us on all the platforms. Thank you to TuneIn Radio app, the TuneIn Radio app, for their compliment and making us one of the, what were the hot picks or something over the weekend?
I think they said top 5 show in America.
No, I think it was trending news stations
throughout
the United States.
Yeah.
It was really cool how they did it, though,
really
because it was, it was kind of mapped, and it showed the geography of where, and we were the first one to pop up of the 4, which was really neat.
And I sent that out yesterday, and I know you guys did as well, and they gave us a little clap back and applauding us for what we're doing. So if you download our app, especially if you're an Apple, it works fantastic. But if you're like an Android user and you struggle with our app sometimes, the TuneIn Radio app's a great place to pick us up on the daily there. And don't forget to like and subscribe us on YouTube. And thanks to all of our platform performers there. Who were we in with? Like some 80s channel, Hot 80s or something?
I really didn't pay attention to the rest.
I'll tell you right now. I thought it was an interesting format.
Yeah, I mean, we were the only talk station.
Yeah, the only talk, and obviously the only sports talk there. It was.
Yeah, I got it right here too, but I'm having a hard time pulling it up.
You get to.
No, I've got it. I mean, mine is it's already going. So newly added stations every week. This according to TuneIn. And it shows all the different genres. It says radio stations from all over, although we're not a radio station. First one that popped up. Us, then Yummy, then a top 40, then Swing City Radio, which is jazz, Planet 80s, looks like out of Texas somewhere, and then Shady Something Radio, which is electronic dance out of California.
Yummy Hits is the one I thought was an interesting name.
Yummy Hits. What kind of music is that? Does it say what kind of music they play?
I mean, is it just food stuff like cheeseburgers in paradise and red wine? Just all Yummy Hits. Is it going to be food or drinks?
Yummy Hits Radio, Jim Dunaway, they play, it says right here, the yummiest mix of music anywhere. Now Rockstar and I are on this one.
The yummiest
You can call them at 347-MMY-UMMY.
Yeah. I'm sure they're playing the Gale song ABCDEFU.
Currently playing Peru by Fireboy and Ed Sheeran.
It's a great song, unedited. The edited version, not so much. The unedited is great.
I only hear the unedited version. That is really good.
Rockstar, it says here, they play a unique mix of music. All of today's biggest hits, plus yummy throwbacks from the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
Traffic on the 10s?
When we were in radio, we used to call that AOR, all over the road. That's what that is.
That really is.
Rockstar calls his guy Adam Mestre.
Adam Mestre. Not to be confused with Shackelford. Adam is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Kevin says Yummy Radio is what Rockstar plays for the gigs in the bedroom.
Yummy Hits.
We're up to That's My Girl with Fifth Harmony. Is that a good song?
Oh, yeah.
Fifth Harmony's no longer.
I want a Yummy hit from the 90s.
Yeah, left them.
Get on their ass.
Yeah, send them
I had to
send them a strongly worded email.
All right, here's my problem with this NFL free agency. I think we're having too many. I mean, it's amazing because you got real name brand quarterbacks that are changing teams. It's not going to be like this every year. We're going to be so drunk. We're going to expect free agency to be like this every offseason now, and it's never going to be like this again. We're at this point now where Russell Wilson is changing teams. Matt Ryan is changing teams. Carson Wentz is changing teams. This rarely happens.
It's a copycat league, and what Les Snead and the Rams did last year was unprecedented, giving all those first-rounders away, and everybody thought the Rams were crazy, and what happens? It translated into a Super Bowl, so everybody's going to try to replicate what the Rams did.
But none of these guys are in their prime except for Watson, and that is such extenuating circumstances. You're not getting prime Matt Ryan. You're getting very late in the career Matt Ryan. You're getting late in the career Russell Wilson.
Well, you say late in the career. Getting Wilson's 32.
But do you think you're going to see the Russell Wilson that took them to Super Bowls again?
I don't. But you're still getting him. You're still getting close to a top 10 quarterback.
Yeah, my point is though, if you've close to a top 10, you're never going to see top 5 guy in his prime do this ever.
Well, I mean, my point being here, and you're exactly right. My point being, like, who's the DB that the Chargers got from the Patriots?
J.C. Jackson.
J.C. Jackson. That's a huge deal. Huge deal.
Yeah.
And they got the linebacker from the Bears, Khalil Mack. Huge deal.
No, there's no doubt. Those guys are in their prime.
It's all falling under the radar.
Right.
And LT mentioned it. That could be the difference. Those two guys, added with who they have coming back and already on defense, could be the reason they win the Super Bowl this year. Not a quarterback that's changing places, but quarterbacks draw the headlines and everything, and we're all drunk on the quarterback changes here. Those are sort of slipping under and not getting discussed.
Well, they
as
always
much.
do. I mean, look, and I'll go back to the Rams because they won the Super Bowl. But Matt Stafford was the guy they brought in. But the pickups in the middle of the season, Odell and Von Miller, without those guys, they don't win the Super Bowl.
Like yesterday, I mean, we're still talking Matt Ryan and even Jameis Winston signing. The Cowboys getting Jerron Kearse to re-sign and adding 2 years to him in Dallas. That's huge for the Cowboys if they're going to make a run and get things going in the right direction. They need him on the back end. He's one of the more physical players on that defense.
Let him in tackles last year.
Yeah, so that's just, usually what are usually big off-season moves are sort of blending in. And usually I'm bored of talking about the draft by now. We're doing very little draft talk because the free agency is so insane right now.
We're also doing very little draft talk because it's a bad quarterback draft.
It is a bad quarterback draft.
And I think that affects it.
Boy, and you're going to see some reaches. I'm starting to hear that Malik Willis is a franchise guy.
We're watching his pro day right here. I don't know if that's live or if that was from yesterday. It must be live because they're showing a ton of it. We've got the NFL Network on Monitor, too, and they're showing the Malik Willis pro day.
Yeah, I think that is wrapped up. That's recording.
Okay,
I think we got a live over here.
We're here. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Live.
Now we got Todd McShay live from the Malik Willis pro day.
At the yet unnamed, this is early, Malik Willis. At the unnamed Liberty Indoor Facility, which looks amazing, by the way.
It really does. My gosh, they got a lot of money. A lot of Baptist money out there.
He does have a big arm.
He does have a big arm. He just, but it's funny.
By the way, that looks exactly like it's built on the Alabama model.
What,
the indoor
the
facility.
Liberty one? God, that is a nice indoor facility. There are SEC teams that don't have that.
Oh, exactly.
And Liberty.
I mean, did Georgia? Did they ever get that?
No, I mean, Georgia.
They finally got one.
Yeah, Georgia was having to drive to Atlanta sometimes to practice because they didn't have something that looks like what Liberty has got. The Liberty Indoor Practice Facility in Lynchburg.
Todd McShay's makeup today.
Well, it's just good to see McShay back. I don't know the details of what all was going on there when he was doing the Alabama. Was it an Alabama game?
Is that bad makeup?
What?
I mean, Dunaway just said something about the makeup. I can't even tell he's got makeup on.
Well, he's got makeup on.
You can't tell that's Todd McShay's makeup?
You guys with your toupees and your makeup.
We can identify them. We don't wear them. By the way, there was one we've long discussed off the air, and a photo, I sent it to Dunaway, who was in Vegas. A photo was on social media. It's 100%er, and Dunaway was the first to spot it. And the photo that I sent to you in Vegas, 100%er.
See, I just don't pay attention to dudes' hairs like that.
Well, I mean, sometimes it's so obvious.
You're making me out to be some kind of creep here.
You handle that yourself. Don't worry.
He's on television. I just thought the makeup did not fit his normal skin tone.
I agree with Brown. I'm glad the guy's made a comeback.
I'm just glad he's back. I don't know what happened, but I was watching the game.
You guys are painting me like I'm not cheering for his health.
No.
No,
Jim
not at all.
Jim
I'm just
right
saying
on
your
board.
one observation was that, his Clinique was a little off today.
It needs to be said, I, too, am glad that Todd McShay is healthy.
I was watching. Was it a Bama game? It was an Alabama game, I think. And, I mean, he was not right. And I was really, really worried about him. And they had to pull him off during that game.
It was Bama-Miami, right? First game of the year.
Yeah, I think it was Bama-Miami. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Bama-Miami over in Atlanta.
One sideline hit and done.
Yeah, and then it was like he was obviously not right.
Yeah. So let me once again say I, too, am glad Todd McShay is okay.
Although you think his makeup's effed up.
I feel like he may have been sunburned.
Yeah.
And put makeup on the top of that.
You know what? I've run into people over the weekend. They went out for a Saturday drive this past weekend, got that first sun of the spring.
Right.
Yeah. That could be him.
And then you throw your winter coat over the top of that makeup, and it ends up being a different flavor look. He looks like he just is at the wrong part of the Willy Wonka experience there.
Jim, are you pulling for the guy? I can't tell.
Is that a toupee or not?
No, McShay, that's real hair.
No, that's his real hair.
Okay, what about the other dude on SportsCenter right now?
Jay, is it that Jay Harris?
Yeah,
is that his name? No,
that's his real hair. Yeah. Well, it's been a long time before we get a toupee today, until Laura Rutledge comes on.
She wears it too?
Wow.
No,
those
but
are extensions.
Everybody's got extensions.
Oh.
Nobody doesn't roll. I would roll extensions if I had anything to plug them into right now. All right, 12:35 here on the next round. When we come back,
I'm giving you a time check for no reason.
It's the first time I've done the time. I'm a little out of whack, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Have you noticed, Rockstar?
I haven't done this in a week.
No, he's giddy.
You should still be in Vegas, though, if your guys would have listened to you.
We would be getting on a plane right now.
Yeah, you could have lost more money.
Flying into a rough afternoon, though. I'm glad we didn't do it.
Same storm you flew through yesterday.
Yeah, we'd been landing in that this time. When we come back, back to college football we go. A couple of things on that side of that. And LT wants to know, did I really bet the Sweet 16 games before I left Vegas? Yes, I will show him the tickets. They're very small financial wagers.
Yeah.
But there's money on the games coming up tomorrow night. It'll make LT feel better about the Thursday night games coming up as we roll on the next round.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, if you're in the car buying or selling market, there is one place you've got to check out. That's our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. Exclusive Auto Wholesale has the technology that will give you instant cash offers for your car, whether you buy something from EAW or not. Drew and his team want to buy your car, any car. It's as simple as typing in your VIN number, miles, condition, and uploading a few pics, and then bam, from their website, you get an offer for your car instantly. Exclusive Auto Wholesale can take care of you nationwide with repeat business in almost every state. For more information, check out that website, eawcars.net.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round. you'll find us where the big games are played.
Hey, don't forget to hop on nextroundlive.com and check out your bracket. Stay up to date. You don't know where you're going to finish. Try to beat LT. Try to beat me. Try to beat Brownie. Try to beat Rockstar.
It ain't real hard right now.
Nobody's beating Rockstar right now. Nextroundlive.com. It's brought to you by EAW.
Hey, Dunaway, I don't know if you saw this, but I am in a new 2021 Ford Bronco.
I saw it. It's
Badlands Edition. It is awesome. It is. Convertible right now and manual transmission. It's only got 1,100 miles on this thing. It is fully loaded. It is incredible. And
I want mine, Larry.
If you want it, you can buy it right now.
I knew that.
I can give you that edition right now. Those Broncos are hard to find. But anything you want, Drew Shields and his team at EAW, they can find it for you. Exclusive Auto Wholesale. I was out there on Saturday. I'm telling you, their showroom, it's one of the best I've ever seen. They've got great 5-star reviews. If you don't believe me, go to EAWcars.net. And if you're in the car buying or selling market, one place you got to check out, EAW. Exclusive Auto Wholesale has the technology that will give you instant cash offer for your car, whether you buy something from EAW or not. Drew and his team want to buy your car, any car. It's as simple as typing in your VIN number, miles, condition, uploading a few pics, then bam, from the website, you get an offer for your car instantly. Exclusive Auto Wholesale can take care of you nationwide. They've got repeat business in almost every state. For more information, check out the website at eawcars.net or buy that Bronco from me today.
Boy, that's wasted on you, man. You're not going to take that top down ever.
Top's down right now.
That's why I didn't bring it today.
He couldn't drive it to work because he can't put the top up.
Yeah, I'm afraid that if I bring it and it starts raining during the show, I can't run out. So I didn't drive it yesterday to the show, but when I got home, I drove it. All my errands I had to run it around town. So I'll go get it in a little bit, and I'll be driving it until the rain hits.
So you haven't figured out how to put the top down yet?
No. So it's got a 2-part top. It's the soft top. They've got the hard top edition. So it's only back to the middle section.
Right.
So it actually just flaps back and locks.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Like now, taking it all the way back, I haven't attempted that yet. I mean, it's relatively simple, but it's only me in it, so I only need the halfback anyway.
You only need the front part. Yeah. It's a good looking vehicle. I saw it. I was in Vegas when you put that up on Instagram, and I was like,
"Do you want to borrow it?
Do I want to borrow it? I want it.
Yeah. Well, buy it.
Go buy it.
This is what you typically do.
Yeah, exactly. Is what just back from losing 5 days in Vegas needs to do is get a second vehicle.
Hey, mom's out of town. She ain't gonna know until she gets
welcome
home.
back.
Like Ferris Bueller with the guys, the valet guys.
I had to drop it on her. She's like, well, at least you're back now. You can take it easy, just do the show and have a nice, quiet weekend.
Take it easy.
And I was like, well, my friend Buffy's in town. They're shooting, Division II semifinals Wednesday night. I'm going to probably go to that. They went to one of our great sponsors, Walk-On. She took the team down there. She says, where can I eat? She's they're staying on 280. And I was like, oh, you got to go to our, Ken will hook you up at Walk-Ons. Took the team down to Walk-Ons. So just text her. She had a great time. They're going to take the team back there again. Team loved it. So I probably will bump into her at Walk-Ons.
Where are you spring breaking this year?
Well, that's going. You're spring breaking. I'm going to work spring break so you can take your kids to the beach. That'll be the one time.
Thank you, Jim. That's very nice.
I got Eric Church on Friday night. Yeah. So.
Do you have Saturday plans yet?
No, I got basketball. I'm going to watch a little basketball.
Not at home, though, right?
No, not at home. No. Probably back at Walk-Ons. All right, let's get to our JohnstonRV.com conversation today about college football, brought to you by the great folks at Johnston RV.
Yeah, JohnstonRVCenter.com. You can find them at 2 great locations, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Exclusive lifetime warranty, RV warranty forever on all new models and used models under 2 years old. Cherokee, America's #1 selling camper brand, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Okay, you said, Brown, a few weeks ago, you had 24/7's winningest programs the last 20 years, and you had a couple of twists on it.
Well, here's the thing. If I said winningest program, did I say last 20 years?
It may have been 10 years. I can't remember now.
No, 10 years is easy.
10 years is going to be really easy. Let me do the game number here.
20 years would get a little more complicated, I think.
Give me one second. I got
10 years is Alabama, right?
Oh, it's not even.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think anybody's going to know that.
We're getting close to 20 years being Alabama.
Yeah, it's 100 for Alabama anyway. It's 141 game span. So yeah, we're looking at about 10 years here.
Okay.
Yep. Last decade, winningest program is Alabama, 128-13, 90% winning percentage. It's incredible.
It's amazing.
900. I think you guys probably know it's different if you go winning percentage or total wins, but you know who's 2 and 3.
To me, it would be Ohio State and Clemson.
That's easy. Ohio State's got a better winning percentage. Clemson's got more wins.
Okay.
Oklahoma and Georgia round out the top 5. Not surprising anyone. There are a couple things that surprise me in this.
One of them usually that surprises me, and I have not seen this list, but I don't know about you, LT. It seems like Wisconsin wins a lot.
They'll be on this
list. But never wins nothing.
They'll be on this list.
You're right about that. So give me a team. I've given you the top 5. Give me a team you guarantee is 6 through 10 to see if they're in there.
Oh,
I'm giving you Alabama, Ohio State, Clemson, Oklahoma, and Georgia. Last decade.
For the last decade, a guarantee. I think, I would go Wisconsin a guarantee.
Yeah, I would go Wisconsin a guarantee.
Wisconsin is 8th.
Okay.
So absolutely, they are in there.
Oh, it gets really tricky now.
It does. The question here to me becomes: has Penn State been good enough to be there?
2020 killed them. I think it probably took them out. It would be close if it wasn't for 2020. Penn State's there. I've already thought about them. I am going to say, because Notre Dame goes back to 2012, Notre Dame's going to be there.
They are. They are number 7. Wisconsin is 8. Notre Dame is 7.
This is getting out there a little bit, but I believe Oak State is going to be there.
This was the biggest surprise to me. I wondered if you guys would guess Oklahoma State. They're 10th.
Gundy's in the top 10 wins
in the last decade. Top 10 program. 90 wins, 39 losses, a 698 win percentage at Oklahoma State.
You know who else is going to be there because a 15-0 helped them out?
LSU.
LSU is going to
Same amount of wins as Gundy, 90 and 37.
So LSU
700 win percentage. So you're only missing one top 10 team.
We're missing one. Have I already said it?
You have not.
Okay.
So you've got Alabama, Ohio State, Clemson, Oklahoma, Georgia. That's 1 through 5. This team is 6th.
Okay, it's Oregon.
It is Oregon. 91 and 27. 771 win percentage. Notre Dame's got more wins. They've got a better win percentage.
Obviously, we don't give Oklahoma State enough respect.
Obviously not, because they're top 10 last decade.
We keep burying Oregon a lot.
Yeah, and they're 6th.
Well, they got nothing to show for it.
Well, they're the first team. Oklahoma doesn't have a national championship in the last decade, but boy, they have been right there in the playoffs. But, Oregon, they've been in the playoffs one time.
Yeah, first one.
Yeah. Notre Dame's been in more.
Yeah, Notre Dame's been in a lot.
LSU's at least got a national championship.
Wisconsin's been in it.
No, they've not been in the playoffs, have they?
Yeah, they have. Alabama beat them. No, that's right. That
Alabama
was
beat Michigan State.
Alabama beat Wisconsin in the opener, so Wisconsin hadn't been in the playoff either.
A couple surprises to me outside the top 10. Texas A&M is 11th, 85 and 41. I know we would all say they should expect more than that. Jimbo Fisher hasn't been there for a decade. Michigan is 15th. It is hard to believe Michigan is 15th.
That's almost all Harbaugh.
But if you say that, if I asked you right now, where is Michigan? Now, this year was a little bit different because they were in the college football playoff, but to me, they're about a top 15 program. That's about right.
But I think you go back to, and I don't think we pile on him as much as we do Harbaugh and Jimbo Fisher and others, but Penn State just fought to keep James Franklin. They fought to keep James Franklin. If people were really coming from James Franklin, and where is?
I don't have them written down. I only did outside the top 10. I only did notable teams.
Yeah. Here's the thing, Dunaway. I guarantee you, if you took away 2020, and let's just throw them at 8 and 4 for 2020, they would be in the top 10.
But here's you say Michigan's a top 15 program.
I shouldn't guarantee that because Franklin hadn't been there that long anyway.
But if you say Michigan's a top 15 program, they're 15th last decade in wins. I think they're still number 1 all time. So to think that the last decade they're 15th all time, they're number 1, they're way off their average right now.
Yeah,
is my point. Auburn is 25th over the last decade.
But it's been
It has been. It's been a roller coaster.
So up and down.
Yeah, but if I asked you right
77
now,
wins.
Where is Auburn and the pecking order? You'd say they're a top 25 team, but it would be on the back end.
Your boys, USC, Lance, 22nd.
That's right too. Where are they? They're probably a top 25.
Florida, 18th. My point is none of these programs that I just mentioned, Michigan, Florida, USC, Auburn, I don't think should ever be outside the top 10 in a single decade period.
Oh, you even put Auburn in that category?
It's tough. It is tough. But I think, this is the most difficult decade for Auburn maybe in their history. Going head-to-head with Alabama and what Georgia has become.
Yeah, I'll take Penn State back. It's been weird. I just wanted to look at the decade.
Yeah.
8 and 4, 7 and 5, 7 and 6, 7 and 6, 11 and 3, 11 and 2, 9 and 4, 11 and 2. So good 4-year stretch, then 4 and 5, and then 7 and 6.
Yeah, a lot of 7s and 8s in there you just gave me.
And you fought to keep him, so you must like what he's doing. That was an interesting story from 24/7. A couple of weeks back, Brown's been holding that one to wow us with the teams who were in there, and Oklahoma State being one of the top 10 winningest programs of the last 10 years.
90 wins.
And they were just really one play away from being in the playoffs this year. All right. Our friends at Alabama Power want to remind you that staying connected on a day like today is so important, Brownie.
It is. And make sure with Alabama Power you've got those alerts set up for the bad storms. And also, they like to take care of the environment. They share a priority with us at Alabama Power there. Over the past 2 decades, they've removed more than 16 million pounds of trash and debris from the Southeast waterways as part of Alabama Power's Renew Our Rivers program. So thanks to the help of 122,000 volunteers like you, they've been able to do that. This year, you got a chance to help. AlabamaPower.com/Renew Our Rivers to find a cleanup area near you.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home, only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
The racing, the big one, the camping, it's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
High Point Properties specializes in creating beautiful acreage home sites around the Birmingham area. They currently have land tracts in the Helena area ranging from 3 to 43 acres. These properties offer creeks, hardwoods, and beautiful mountain views, only minutes from city conveniences. You can buy now and build later. Call Wes at High Point Properties today to view these properties. 240-0204. That's 240-0204. Or visit hpprop.com. That's hpprop.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Our final pour today and our final segments from our friends at Redmont Distilling, Redmont Vodka, the official drink of the World Games, which are coming to town. And hopefully you got a chance to get into Charles Barkley's final pour as well.
Yeah, pick up a bottle today, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish. No harsh aftertaste. Available right now at your local package stores, including the Beverage Place and Pink Package, also ABC stores. For more information, stop by, see those guys, but pick up a bottle today of Redmont Vodka.
I don't know if I did this by regions or not, but here LT wanted to see my official bets. I've got the 4 tickets. I've done 4 two-team parlays of the Sweet 16. I mean, parlays are not sucker bets at all.
No, not at all. Yeah. What odds you get on that?
Sure things is what they call them.
So let's see how you matched them up. Okay, the game I'm most worried about, I need Michigan to win this game outright. I think they've got a shot.
I did not go money line on Michigan, but I did take Michigan plus the 5.
Okay, who did you pair them up with? Just tell me, please, that you paired them up with Iowa State.
Would you be happy with Arkansas? I paired them up with Arkansas.
Yeah.
So I've got Arkansas plus 8.5 and Michigan plus 5.
Okay. Yeah, no, I like that. Okay, remember Arkansas Gonzaga was my tough one to figure out.
Well, it was, but those are the 2 sides you need to win, and he's got them in a parlay.
No, I need Gonzaga to win. He's got Arkansas.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So all I need is Gonzaga to blow out, and then Michigan to win.
Yeah.
All right.
I like that ticket.
Okay.
I mean, not to cash it, but.
So you want me
I like what you did with it.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Yeah. I've got Texas.
So you wiped your ass with how much is that?
You're welcome. I got Texas Tech -1 and Houston plus 2.
I love that parlay. I really do.
Wow.
Yeah.
What does that pay? What's a 2-team pay?
2.5 to 1, typically 2.6.
So that would
it changes a little bit with your odds. You know, the more you get odds. So -110 on both sides of those. -110 on all these, as it looks. I've got UCLA -2 and Iowa State plus 2.5.
That's both really difficult games. Yeah, I don't know about that one.
And I think it ends for St. Peter's. I got Purdue -12.5. I think it's a blowout, boring game. Kansas -7.5.
Yeah, I kind of like your power there too.
Yeah,
you'd take cash in 2 out of the 4, wouldn't you?
After this weekend, I'd be happy.
1?
Yeah, if I just hit 1, give me a win streak next time I go back.
I got to go back and collect my $67. Trip's going to cost me $3,000, but
I catch $3,000 on this trip, I think.
Boy, I will be calling the Hogs. What night is that game?
I'll
be calling the Hogs.
That one is Thursday.
Y'all think I'm Sam Pittman.
First game out of the gate.
Yep.
That's our show today. Thank you guys for letting me come back, man.
You're welcome.
I don't know what I'd do if I didn't get to sit here and not spend money today.
Couldn't change the locks till tomorrow, so we're good.
Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.